What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Me, Free Tip Scout. For deadline day, we need to do some lineups. We have done them, but we need to kind of double check them. And I think that I need to make a few changes because, yeah, there's something that's not quite right with the Threshold team. And if we take that player out, then we might need to switch a few other teams around. So kind of a lot to do today. We're going to be covering Sorare and Pooky. If you don't know these games, then I'll leave the link in the chat for you. The link there for Sorare, if you use that link to sign up, you can claim up to £20 credit to start the game, which is really cool. And then you can use that credit to buy cards, collect players. And the name of the game of Sorare is to basically collect cards of your digital cards of your favorite footballers or basketball players or baseball players if you're into those sports. And then you build teams with them, and then you aim to score the highest amount of points in a game week based on their performances in real life. So if you've got a real eye for knowing and spotting who are good players or good athletes in real life, then you should do really good in this game. So use that link. And then the second game we're going to cover is a game called Pooky, this one here, which is the #1 sports prediction game. And in this game, we are trying to come out on top by correctly predicting what we think the scores are going to be in whatever league we decide to predict in. And if we end up getting into the top 50%, we win money. And we're winning money quite regularly on this game. It's quite fun. It's quite cool. So use that link in the chat. That link will give you a free Pooky ball. So basically one of these balls here, a free Pooky ball to start playing the game in the free-to-play arena. And then so that when you're ready, to actually pick up a proper Pooky ball, one of these 4 here, you'll get a discount, which then means that you can get the ball for cheaper. And it also gives you a lot of in-game currency with that link so that you can start to level up your Pooky balls and just progress in the game a lot quicker. So use those links, guys. Thank you for everyone that is using them because it really helps to support the channel. And of course, you get freebies from them as well. Who we got here in the chat? Pascabar, Happy Escobar, Pooky Spanish League in this week's Beat the Base. Yeah. So if you guys are already playing Pooky and you know of my weekly series called Beat the Base, then the league that you need to predict in this week is the Spanish League. Yeah, predict in the Spanish League this weekend, and then you'll automatically be entered into my series called Beat the Base, which basically means if you are the most accurate with your predictions, as in you get the most amount of points because you're largely getting a lot of exact scores, then you will actually end up winning a prize from me, and it's a Pooky sticker that you can win. So, yeah, take part in that if you can. You need to add me as a rival. That's the other thing you need to do. So not only do you need to predict in that league, but you also need to add me as a rival. It's really simple to do. You go to the top right, you click on the little kind of person avatar, and you click on my rivals. And then when you do that, you can see there's a little button here that says add rival. Just click that and then type in Free Tip Scout. Doesn't have to be in capitals. I don't know why it's in capitals. And then there you go. You're going to find me and just add me. And then once you've added me, it's really important you add me, because then what it means is that you can just predict in the Spanish League like normal. And then I will then be able to see you in my rivals leaderboard. Okay, so we have the rivals section here. So if I click rivals, you can't see anything at the moment because the league hasn't actually started. But when the league starts, what I'll be able to do is in the base pro leaderboard, which is the one that matters because it's called Beat the Base, right? In the base leaderboard, the rivals leaderboard, I'll then be able to see where all of you guys are placing, and whoever comes top in my rivals leaderboard will then end up winning the prize. So make sure that you do it. Hello to Paolo Hora as well. How you doing? I bought a sticker on OpenSea, but I use your link for the Pooky Ball. Thank you so much, Pappy. Thank you so much, Escobar. I really appreciate it. What sticker did you get on OpenSea? And how much did you pay for it as well? The reason I asked that is I've not actually used OpenSea. I've not used it, even though I know that you can use it and lots of people do use it, but I've not personally used it. And so I always like to hear how you guys get on with buying the stickers or buying stuff on OpenSea as well. 5 Matic, that's pretty good. It's very good, actually. Really good. because the sticker packs start from, was it like 12? Is it 12? Yeah, starting from 12 Matic. That's not bad. That's pretty good, actually. What was the sticker that you got? What was the sticker that you actually picked up? I'd love to know. Right. We've also got, I've just noticed, we've got a little bit of energy that's been refunded to us. And I think that is because of the cancellations in the German league. We'll have a little look now. Yeah. So this game has been postponed. And so the great thing is that when the games are postponed, you get your energy back. So you don't lose the energy. You get it back, and then you can predict again. Or the game will then just be pushed into like the next game week. So then you don't have to do anything anymore. Your prediction that should have happened in this game week will then happen in the next game week, or whenever the game is going to take place, right? But at the for now, they've given us the energy back. So we have to come back to this later because I think I want to use that to update a couple of predictions and just squeeze out a few more points for the game week. So we are going to try and do that a bit later. But for now, let's go over back onto Sorare. Hey, in Sorare, what do you recommend to do with 200 budget? Build a Cap 240 team, Cap 240 rare team. It's going to be difficult to do with $200 budget, but that's where I would start. And you can do it with a lot of good scouting. Let's have a look at rivals here. I have this challenge at the moment where I need to hit 7 consecutive arena matches. I've just got my first one of the 7. So we need to pick another game today. I don't want to do the Cape Verde Islands versus Mozambique game at 2, so we're going to skip that one entirely. I don't know what other games are happening. What other ones are happening today? Senegal versus Cameroon. I think that might be a skip as well. Probably. What else is happening today? Guinea, Gambia. Again, I think that's a skip. Let's have a little gander here. Deportivo Alaves versus Cadiz is actually not too bad, but it's also a little bit tricky because I'd probably expect that to be like a 0-0, 1-1 or 1-0 to either team because Deportivo will probably fancy the chances at home. What do you get from 5 out of 5? You get another reward box, yeah. So every time you do these streaks, you get a reward box. And then in the reward boxes, of course, you've just got these chances to win tickets, or these are the arena tickets, right? To play more rivals, or you get a chance to win a limited card or a mystery jersey. So we could, for example, hit 7 consecutive arena matches in a row. We can win them, but then we could just get, say, 10 arena tickets, which, has a 65% chance of happening. So most people are probably going to get that. But you've got a chance of winning something more. It's just a case of whether you do or not. You've got to be lucky. I got 10 arena tickets, yeah. I got the bog standard 65% when I'd done the 5 matches in a row. I'm kind of interested to know, like, how far does this go? So if I do the 7 consecutive arena matches, is it then, 10 after that? Then if I do 10, what is it after that? Is it 12? Does it change? Does it go to something else entirely? I'd like to know what is the end to this, right? Because I think if these kind of streaks are fine, but eventually they're probably going to get to the point, if they were to continue and just go on and on and on, they'll probably get to the point where they're going to start to be almost too difficult. And that could be a little bit demotivating. Like, for example, if it said win like 30 consecutive arena matches, like 30 is a lot. I don't know if it goes up to 30, but if it did continue like this, right, then 30 would be very demotivating for me because it would be very unlikely you'd win 30 in a row. So, yeah, I'm keen to understand and find out what the maximum is that the streaks are going to go up to here. Good afternoon to Arthur. Steven, hello to you, man. Steven, it's actually quite funny that you're on right now whilst we have the Rivals reward box up. Because did I see correctly? Were my eyes not deceiving me? Did I see that you pulled a mystery jersey from a reward box? Is that what I saw on Twitter? Because Steve Byrne tagged me in on a post on Twitter, and it looked like he's got a mystery jersey from the Rivals reward box. Was that true? Did that happen, or was that somebody else? Happened to somebody else? He did indeed pull a mystery jersey. Oh my god! Wow. So the prize with the absolute lowest chance to get the mystery jersey has a 0.1% chance, as in, like, you're basically not going to really do it. I mean, you have to be so lucky. It's like winning the lottery. And Steve Byrne here in the chat, he pulled a mystery jersey. So he had the lowest chance to do it, and he ended up pulling a mystery jersey. How cool is that, guys? That's so cool. Just from playing Rivals. So well done to Steve Byrne, man. Really well done. What streak did you get? And in the 5 consecutive wins is actually 0.03 chance for the jersey, I believe. Wow. So he done it for the 5 consecutive wins, which meant that he had an even lower chance. His chances were slashed by 2/3, actually, to do it. So incredible. What a massive win. Well done, Steve Byrne, honestly. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. So even if, like, Steve Byrne doesn't win anything else now for the rest of the Rivals journey, I think he'll probably be really happy because he's won the mystery jersey, which is going to be so cool. Hello to Dejiz as well. So yeah, let's go and have a little look here at what games we're going to do, because I don't know which games are really the standouts for today. Let's have a little gander. Yeah, so this game's been postponed. Mainz versus Union Berlin probably would have been the one that I would have done. What happens if you've... I mean, I guess if you've already entered this, right, and you've spent an arena ticket, I'm guessing that a postponement means you get your arena ticket refunded, right? Does anybody have any confirmation on that? Because unfortunately, the rules of the Rivals it's not really been communicated in a lot of detail. So this is just almost like an educated guess that I'm taking here, that if you've already put a lineup together for this one and the game's now no longer happening, you've already spent a ticket in the arena, then I guess you get it refunded. You'd like to hope so, right? Because the game's not actually happening. How do you have that many tickets? Because I won 10 arena tickets from one of my missions from the reward box. So when I hit 5 consecutive arena matches, I claimed the reward box, and then I won 10 arena tickets in there. And I don't spend a lot per day because even though I think it's okay, this game mode, I'm really not, I'm not massively into it, and I'm not going into every single game. Because I don't think that's the strategy to play every single game. I think if you actually want to progress up the leaderboard, you need to pick and choose the ones, like, carefully that you think can give you the best chance of winning. So, for example, I'm sure a lot of managers would go into these games here, like Cape Verde and Senegal, because, you know, these are games happening today. But I look at these games and think they're too difficult. They're too difficult to call. And so I wouldn't feel confident that whoever I picked there would be able to win and beat my opponent. So I just avoid them. And then I'll pick, excuse me, I'll pick a game that I think I have a better chance of doing well in. So every day I tend to play 1, maybe 2 Rivals matches, but I don't play more than 2. So, and we're just trying to work out which one I would do at the moment, like for today. Okay, it says Holston Kiel. Oh, there's Coles Ruhr versus Osnabrück. That is a good one. I like that one. And we have Philip Heiser as well as a scarcity card, but I wouldn't use it because obviously if I use it, we then have more chance of being paired up against somebody that has pro scarcity cards as well. So I think we'll just use commons there. But I do like that one. Nuremberg, that's fine. What's the other ones here? Sunderland versus Hull City. Okay. Oh, there's also the Heronveen one as well, but I think I would skip that. Like I've got Luke Browers already in my lineups, which you're going to see in a minute. And actually, I looked at the last time these two teams met, and Heronveen lost. Now, Heronveen are in a different position. They're in a much better position, actually, than when they last played them. But Excelsior is still a little bit of a tricky team. And the fact that they're at home means that this could be a banana skin. And I don't need to do it because I'm already invested in this game with Luke Browers. So I think I'll avoid that one. There's Ghent versus Mechelen. That's not bad, actually. Ghent versus Mechelen. And then what's the other one? Yeah, okay. There's Benfica versus Bar Vista. Okay. So maybe what we do is we do the Benfica one and we do the Karlsruhe one, I think. Real Zaragoza versus Andorra. There's Sampdoria versus Parma. I really, really can't wait until they make this a lot easier to sift through. Because at the moment it's just it's an absolute mess, really. What else is happening today? Yeah, so I think we probably do the Benfica one, the Benfica game, because they have a home game. It's actually quite a good game as well. Yeah, against Bar Vista. I think that looks quite good. And then the other game we'll do will be probably the Karlsruhe one. This one here against Osnabrück. Hello to Anatha Bam as well. Free tip scout, if you complete a mission, then every time you complete it, then it will be 2 wins more to do. No. It doesn't work like that. The way it works is that if you complete a mission, it will reset your counter, your streak counter back to 0. So if you've hit 7 consecutive wins in a row, and then the next mission is 10 consecutive wins in a row, you're not at 7 out of 10. It takes you back to 0, and then you have to do you have to do 10. I don't like it. I don't really like that way that they've done it. The reason why is because you actually end up doing a lot more consecutive wins than the number. So, for example, 20 consecutive wins is not is not 20 consecutive wins. 20 consecutive wins is actually like 51 or something, because every time it resets you've then got to almost redo like what you've already done, and then the difference to take you to the next milestone. So yeah, I don't like it. I've actually told them, Sorare as well, that I really think that could be a little bit demotivating, especially if the missions get harder, which they are going to. And I talked about it about 5 minutes ago, that if you ever end up getting a streak which is like 30 wins in a row, then good luck doing that. And if this is the only way at the moment to win rewards in Rivals, then some people are going to get very put off by it if they feel that the streaks are almost just too difficult. So yeah, we have to see, but that's how it works. Basically, it resets you back. Okay, so the Benfica game is happening at 8:15, and then the Karlsruhe one's happening at 5:30. Okay, cool. Let's have a quick look at the Karlsruhe one. I think I do want to do that one. What kind of madness is this, right? You type Karlsruhe in, then you select the game, but it doesn't change it here. That's like a bit of a weird bug. But you can see in the address bar, when I click on it, it's trying to change it, but it can't. It's kind of getting stuck. That's so annoying. Yeah, I hope Sorare improves that. It's very buggy. Very buggy. Now when we do it, it will select it. Here we go. Let's have a little look here. Okay, so we would be stacking with Coles Rua, I think. So we'd probably do like Patrick in there. We would do Philip Heisar, but oh, hold on. Ah, okay, this is interesting. I didn't realize that it does it like this. So I want to do this game, but I actually don't. I don't want to use my rare card. The reason I don't want to use my rare card is because if I use my rare card, then I'm going to be paired up with other people that have like rares or limiteds or whatever. And I actually just want to play a common team so that I'm up against another common team, not just having, say, one rare in there, which then could potentially put me up against a full rare team or like a full super rare team. And I thought that there was a way where you could say, okay, I want to pick this player, but I actually want to pick the common. I don't want to pick the rare. And there isn't. Because once I pick him, because I have his rare, it's saying you have to pick the rare. Ah, that's a problem. And this is the flaw in the game at the moment is that technically I should be thinking, wow, okay, great, I've got a rare, which means that I'm gonna be getting an extra boost to my scoring, which means that I'm gonna have an advantage, right? But the way that we understand it is that technically I'd be at a disadvantage because even if I pick one scarcity card here, I then go up against, as I say, people that could have even super rares, right? And then like I could go up against a full team of super rares, which is then really not going to help me at all. Have they changed that? They came up against Canny Sports with two rares, and I had a full common team in Rivals. Have they updated that? You can only play against full common teams if you pick a full common team. No, well, I don't know if they changed it, but it was mentioned on the Sorare Data podcast that, yeah, if you basically have one scarcity card, at least one scarcity card, then your chances to be paired up with like more like teams with either one scarcity card or more is massively increased. Whereas what I want to do is I actually just I want to go up against the commons. I don't want to go up against potentially a full team. And if I pick one scarcity, it doesn't guarantee. Excuse me. If I pick one scarcity, it doesn't guarantee that I then go up against someone with just one scarcity card. So this is a little bit annoying because I would have liked to have done this game, but I don't want to. I kind of potentially don't want to go up against a full scarcity. Yeah, and this is kind of what we were talking about yesterday on stream. Is that if it is working like that, Steven, then it's almost counterintuitive, right? Because they should be encouraging you to use your pro cards, but if you use your pro card and then you then enter the arena and you look and you see that you've got one pro card in there and loads of commons and you've been paired up against a full pro team, then you're going to be like, okay, I wish that I hadn't have picked my pro like card, or I wish that I hadn't have almost invested in a pro card and then used it in rivals, right? Um, and I think this is what they were also talking about on the Sorare Data podcast is that you need to make it so that it's worth investing in the pro cards, but also not make it so that if you don't have enough, then you're at disadvantage. So the better way to do it would be to pair, like if you just play one pro card to pair you up against another team that just has one pro card, right? But the way that they're seeing it is that even if you pick one pro, you can then be going up against teams with full pro cards. And I think this is something that I'd like Sorare to clarify on properly. And I think ideally we would have liked that detail in the original article, the original like release article, the launch announcement about rivals, as in how does the matchmaking work? Because that would be useful to know, right? Especially when it comes to how many pro cards. If you pick one pro card, you're then going to be effectively, playing pro with other people, and you can play up to a full team of pro. Or if you pick one pro card, you then only get matched up against somebody around your same rank who also has one pro card. We need to get a bit of clarity on it, I think. But according to Sorare data, that's how it works. You pick one pro, and then you can potentially be playing up against a full team of pros. So, yeah, I don't think I want to do this anymore. We'll probably just do Benfica, because I would probably, I mean, the other thing is I don't have to pick Philip Heiser. That's the other thing. I don't have to pick him. I would like to pick him, but I don't have to pick him. I could pick somebody else, right? So I could do, I don't know, say like Bifus there. Then we could do like Vanitsek. I don't think Vanitsek's actually fit though, but whatever. We could just pick other players, right? And then kind of see how we get on. Don't know whether we would, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's the alternative, right? We just pick a different, we just don't pick Philip Heiser. Let's do that. I think I do want to do this fixture. So let's just not pick Philip Heiser then. So, yeah, I think we would pick him. Let's take this guy out. This looks a bit tricky, actually. What's the deal here? Let's have a little look. Yeah, so Vanitsek, Philip Heiser, Bifus is there with an L15 of 39. Probably will play. And then Drews. Drews, Bifus. This guy at 34 is really good. Lars Stindl's surely going to play, isn't he, though? How could we put the team together? Let's reset it. Do it again. So Drews we could do. And then Bifus with 39 is a real enabler. So we'd do that. Then we have 137. I do want to play Vanitsek. Then as a forward, we'd probably play this guy for 36, right? And then that gives us 52, which means that we don't have enough for someone like Stindl. Do have enough for someone like Marcel Frank. Marcel Frank isn't really going to, not a sure starter. We put Sebastian Jung in. That's perfect because Sebastian Jung's 52. It's probably what we need to do. Why is Lars Stindl? Okay, Lars Stindl's questionable as well. Okay. I mean, we can always change this when we actually see the lineup later on. Okay, let's do it like that then. Let's do it like that. We put Sebastian Jung in like that. We use up all the points and then we do continue. And then as the captain, we would have the legend Vanitsek in there like that. And probably Gegenpress is the one because Gegenpress is so good. Could do the Tiki Taka as well, but Gegenpress is pretty reliable. Okay, so we've got one done already. Hello to Malv. How you doing, man? Yeah. So now we've entered it. We should be paired up against, if we do enter the arena for one, we should be paired up against somebody who is around our same rank and who ideally doesn't have a rare or a limited, right? So ideally somebody that does not have any pro cards. I think even if you're a common, though, you can still be paired up against people with pro cards, but I think you have less of a chance to be paired up with them if you don't actually have a pro card. That's the way I understand it. We'll check it out, right, today. And then we'll accept our challenges for this one as well. Do that. We'll challenge a few people as well. Why not? Accept a few here. There really needs to be like a challenge all. This is just a little bit silly, isn't it? I have to do it manually like this here. Like I don't even bother challenging everybody. Most of the time, I don't even do this really. It doesn't really matter for the unranked. Kind of doing this here doesn't really mean anything. Like it doesn't count towards anything, so that's fine. But it's just more like a bit of a fun pair up, isn't it? A fun battle. So yeah, cool. Okay. Right. Let's come out of rivals for now. Let's go into pro because we need to. I think we need to make a change here to our cap 240. So there's Philip Heiser, who we were just talking about, who I have in my threshold team as the captain. Then we've got Samba Camara and Ali Varul as a defensive stack. Now, when we looked at that, the lineup for that yesterday, the expert did not have Samba Camara in defense, right? Now he has, he's changed it. So there we go. Like I was saying, I don't agree with it. I think it should be the other way around. Funny enough, he's kept this guy in, which is a bit weird. But yeah, I'm glad that he's changed Samba Camara. There was information that Kana Osman Pasa is injured. If Kana is injured, he'll probably start. No, I don't think so. I think even if this guy is fit, then Samba Camara should start anyway, because he starts actually over this guy. So yeah, I think I'm happy having Camara in there, so we can try and have that defensive stack. There isn't a huge chance for a clean sheet here, and probably Gaziantep could score. But it doesn't matter if we don't get the clean sheet, because these two guys that we picked of Varul and Camara can do quite well when they don't get the clean sheet. So Sivasspor have conceded 11 in 9 home games, and they've drawn 6 of them. So 2/3 of their games at home they've drawn. I think most of them have been 1-1. And then away from home, Gaziantep have only scored 11. I need to have a look at this actually on Footy Stats, I think. Because I'd like to know how many times Gaziantep have failed to score away from home. So yeah, Gaziantep have failed to score in 50%. 50% of their away games. I thought they had a bad record away from home, but I didn't know it was that bad. Probably the positive for them is that their opponent, Sivasspor, are not very good at keeping clean sheets in general, and they're only slightly better at doing it at home. So even though they're really poor at scoring away from home, their opponent's really poor at keeping clean sheets at home. They've only won 11%. Yeah, this could be a draw. Could be another 1-1, couldn't it, really? I wouldn't be surprised because, look, both of the teams kind of score 1 goal at home and away. Gaziantep do tend to concede more than 1 in their away games a bit more regularly. Sivasspor don't. So maybe Sivasspor concede 1, which then means we don't get the clean sheet decisive from Varul, but we're kind of used to that with him. And that's not actually his positive. The big benefit with him is that he's just very good in his AA, which is why he's perfect for Threshold. Hello to Twitch Gaming. How's it going, man? So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Okay, so we keep that. I think my problem really is that I don't mind. I actually quite like having Luke Browers in here, right? Browers and Heiser are fine. These two are fine. My issue here is that Victor Edvardsen, I like him a lot, and I think he's done really good in the game against Ajax, and he also done quite good in a cup game as well. So he's starting to settle at his club now, and he's starting to find his feet there. It's taken him a while, but he's starting to find his feet. The problem I have is that he's got an away game against Sparta, Rotterdam. And if we pick him, we're basically saying that he is going to score or get an attack in return against Sparta, Rotterdam. And I don't think so. I'd be surprised even if Go Ahead Eagles score against Sparta, Rotterdam. So what we need to do is we need to check that. And this was the thing that's been on my mind since we put the team together yesterday. So Sparta have only conceded 22. At home, they've conceded 13. Okay, which is a little bit more than what I thought. And then away from home, Go Ahead Eagles have only scored 6 goals in 8 away games, right? So that's not really not a good record at all. And in this specific game, I don't think they have a good record against Sparta. Could be wrong. Yeah, look, head to head, Sparta have not lost in any of the past 4 meetings, and there's been under 2.5 goals in 4 out of the past 5. So we actually need it to be over 2.5 so that we have a better chance of like our forward in this game scoring. If this game is always quite tight and quite low scoring, then we shouldn't really be targeting a forward in it. Now, at the moment, Go Ahead Eagles have been involved in over 2.5 goal outcomes in 4 out of the past 5. Both teams have been scoring. You can see that here, look. Over 2.5, over 2.5, over 2.5, over 2.5. And then this one's under, and then over, under, over. But they don't tend to score a lot away from home. And yeah, look. Wow. 3 of the past 4 meetings, they haven't even scored against Sparta. Now, it could be different. It could be different now, but I don't trust it. Came back from the doctor and now sitting at home with a calf strain, eating cream puffs and finishing lineups. How have you strained your calf? Sparta is missing Freens. After watching the cup game for Go Ahead Eagles, I think they have a decent chance to at least draw the match. Yeah, good point. But we don't want to draw. We want to pick a forward, potential to score 2 or 3 goals, right? Because if they can only draw, say, 1-1, then it means that we're putting all our eggs in one basket, that the one player that we've picked is going to get involved in that 1 goal. And so the almost like the rule of thumb is that you shouldn't pick a forward who's ideally, first of all, you shouldn't really try and pick a forward that's playing away. But if you have to pick a forward that's playing away, then pick a forward that's playing away for a team that does well away from home, generally, and especially one that has done good against that opponent that they're going up against, right? If there's only going to be a few goals in this game, we really don't need, and we should not pick Victor Edvardsen here. What we're going to do is we're going to go on William Hill. We're also going to go back onto footy stats as well. Here. Going to type in Sparta. Sparta Rotterdam versus Go Ahead Eagles here. Okay, look at that. Look at the head-to-head that Go Ahead Eagles have against Sparta Rotterdam. That is awful. Really not good. That in itself should be ringing the alarm bells for us, right? Which it is now. They have an XG of 1.12. Go Ahead Eagles have an XG of 1.12 in their away game. At home, they have an XG of 2.22. If they had that XG in their away game, then I wouldn't have an issue with this at all. But they have an XG of 1.12. They are not creating enough away from home, which means that because they're creating so few good chances, they have a very low chance to score a high amount of goals in the away game. That's not good because what's this here? No, I don't think so. We'll come back to that in a minute. The big problem is that it's fine to keep a forward in even if they don't score a goal, right, or get an attack in return, if they have good AA in Cap 240. Because if, like, Victor Edvardsen does not score, like, let's say that Go Ahead Eagles do score actually, and it's 1-1, but he doesn't get involved in that decisive. But he does so well in his AA that he can give us a score of 45 or 50, right? That is going to be super valuable in this competition to edge us closer to getting over the line for 280 points. The problem is that Victor Edvardsen does not have any AA. So if he doesn't get an attack in return, he will score exactly like this here: 37, 24, 26, 23. When he gets an attack in return, he usually only gets around 60. He doesn't tend to get more than 70 because he gets that guaranteed decisive, which bumps him up to 60, but then he still has no AA. So then he doesn't have an AA at all. He might have an AA of like 1 or 2, which is why he can't get past more than 60 or 70, more than 70 actually. So what I actually think I need to do, I have João Figueiredo, sorry, up for sale, but I think I need to cancel it. And I think I need to put João in, because if João doesn't get an attack in return, he can give us scores of 45, 50. He has a better AA chance to do that. And I think this game is probably going to have more goals in it as well. If we look at the odds too for the Sparta Rotterdam game. Yeah, someone just mentioned that Romans is missing, right? Yeah, it kind of dampens our chance, doesn't it? For Go Ahead Eagles to score a lot of goals in that game. So this is why I think I need to look at it. You can see that Go Ahead Eagles to win are 2.9. Sparta Rotterdam are the favourites at 2.1, which I have to say I think is really good odds for Sparta Rotterdam, because I would actually expect them to win this game. The draw's at 3.6, so the bookies aren't really expecting a draw here. And then both teams to score is 1.6 actually. And then over 2.5 is 1.7. So they're probably thinking 2-1, because again, Go Ahead Eagles can score and they have an XG of around 1. They've also looked pretty good attacking recently, but again, they've got a player missing. It's quite a pivotal point of their attack. If we go and have a look at the correct score market here, the 2-1's at 9. Yeah, they're thinking 2-1. 2-1 or 1-0. But I think probably, yeah, you'd expect Sparta to score more than 1. I would anyway. They have an XG at home of 1.59. So they might just about be able to do it. If you can see here, look, they don't really tend to score more than 1 goal at home, which is why there's also a low odds for the 1-0. But I think they could score 2 against this opponent. What we're more interested in, though, is the failure to score. It's actually quite low for Go Ahead Eagles. They do tend to score away from home, but they don't tend to score more than 1. And that's the big problem. That's exactly my point, is that if Go Ahead Eagles here, if they had a bigger percentage for over 1.5 and 2.5, for example, if they had scored over 1.5 goals, which is 2 goals, right? If they'd have scored 2 goals in, say, 50% or 60% of their away games, then I probably would be much more comfortable keeping Victor Edvardsen in, because then they're very good at scoring away from home. But the problem is that they're not. They're not at all. They score 1. They don't tend to score more than 1. And, you know, we'd be putting all our eggs in one basket to say that the 1 goal, our player is going to have an involvement in that 1 goal. You want to try and improve your chances by making sure that the game has a chance for more goals, so that then your player has more of a chance to get involved in more of those goals, right? So Edvardsen is at 3.3 to score any time. That's too high. That's really too high. So we'd basically be taking the gamble here. I don't think we're going to do it. I think instead what we're going to do, we are going to play probably Victor Edvardsen, but maybe in a throwaway team. I think what we're going to do instead is we're going to take him out, and then we're going to put João Figueiredo in. But I also need to double check on this game, because We need to see if there's a chance here for over 2.5, which I think there is actually in this game. I think there's a much better chance for over 2.5 here. So they're playing against Fatty. Fatty have scored 22 goals in 20 games in general. They've conceded 23. At home, they've only conceded 9. So Fatty have only conceded 9 in 10, which is pretty good, actually. And then Istanbul have only scored 8. That's really not good either. That isn't great. However, this guy here, João Figueiredo, is much better. Oh, they have a really good form as well going into this, don't they? João Figueiredo is much better at scoring in his AA than Victor Edvardsen is. So, again, if we're going to pick anybody in a low-scoring game, I want to pick somebody as a forward who has a better chance of delivering like an AA score like this here, like 56, right? Or 46 here, or 53. This is actually not a bad score for a forward that doesn't get involved in a decisive. He hasn't done it as often as what I'd like, right? But he can do it. That's the thing with him. He can do it. Even when he scored here, he had an AA of 34. So if he had not scored there, he would have still had a score of about 64, which is very good with no decisive. Victor Edvardsen, on the other hand, I don't think Victor has delivered any score since he's been at Go Ahead Eagles. I don't think he's delivered any score in the 50s at all. Look, he hasn't. Not at all. He's only delivered 1 score in the 40 range. And this is the point. So if you're watching this and you're trying to figure out what you need to do for your threshold team, you need to find forwards that can score more in this range, so that then you cover yourself when they don't score or they don't give you an attack in return. You can then still at least get a score of around 45, 50, which should in theory be enough for you to still hit the threshold. But picking a player like this in threshold is not the one, because if he doesn't score or get an attack in return, he's going to score like this here. And good luck then trying to hit the threshold with a player that gives you 25, 30, 35. And he's even struggling at times to give us 30. So I like him a lot. I think he's great, but he's not really threshold. And that's been the thing that's been on my mind. So why don't we put Zhao in instead? What's the odds for this game as well? We do Istanbul. Hello to X Thompson. How's it going, man? Over 2.5 is at 1.91. Both teams' score is at 1.73. And Istanbul are at 3, which actually I think is brilliant, because they are in a much better form. They're much higher up in the league rankings as well. Even backing them to avoid defeat here, I think would be great. So, for example, if I was going to put a bet on this game, the bet that I would do would be the draw away, to say that Istanbul can avoid defeat against Fatty. Let's put Istanbul in here. Okay. They don't have a good record. Look, they really don't have a good record against Fatty. Really bad record, which is surprising, actually. They need to improve that. I think they could actually get a win today. Look at their form. At home, they've been way better, Fatty, but they've lost their last 5 away games in a row, which is really bad. Istanbul away from home are not good, though. Look, they've only won 20%. They have an XG of 0.87, which is really not that good at all. That's even worse than Go Ahead Eagles, isn't it? They failed to score in 60%. They failed to score in 60%. So it's pretty horrible. It's actually not, in a way, it's not better than Edvardsen. It's not better than Go Ahead Eagles here. It's a little bit of a dilemma. Look at that. That's so bad, isn't it? Hmm. Oh, this is horrible. I mean, we still get the chance of the mid-range scoring from Figueiredo. So I think both of these players are probably going to struggle to give us a score of 60 points or more. It's then just trying to limit the damage, right? By picking a player that can potentially hit into this mid-range and above. What is the expected score? Let's come out of that. Suggest a lineup. Okay, so it's recommending that we pick Figueiredo and also Richie and Hervey Kofi, which we're not going to do because I think we want to do the defensive stack here. So we would take him out and then we would take him out. Does it give us camera straight away? It doesn't. Let's do that instead. Put camera in there. And then João Figueiredo. You can see that, look, Edvardsen in his last 5 away games is averaging a score of 33 in his last 5 away games, right? His last 15, the score is only a little bit better at 35. He has no AA at all. With Figueiredo, we can squeeze out an additional, what, 8 points there on the average on the last 5, and then an additional, what's that? Like 8 points again there in his last 15. The opponent's score is good for Victor Edvardsen because it indicates that forwards have been able to score well in their AA, but he doesn't really do it. And if we looked as well at the advanced tab here, the matchup indicators are better for Figueiredo. Edvardsen has a -16 because that matchup against Sparta is really horrible. This one is not great for Istanbul, but it's better. It's definitely an easier game. When you look at the two games side by side, I think I would prefer to take a player playing for Istanbul away to Fatih than I would a go-ahead Eagles player playing away to Sparta Rotterdam. You're quite a strong team. Look at the form as well. This is going to really drill it home. Victor Edvardsen, in his last 15 away games, has an AA of -0.5. -0.5, right? His floor is 23. So the lowest that he has scored in his last 15 away games is 23. The highest that he has scored is 62. So he has like a really low floor and he has a really low ceiling. He has not been able to hit a score of more than 70. His last 40 is going to be the same, 62.1. Because the reason it's going to be the same is he's only just started to score in Sorare. Before, he was playing in a league that wasn't covered. So that's why it's going to be the same. If you look at Figueiredo, he has an AA of 4.4, which if you look, and if we filter it here, he has the second best AA out of all the forwards that I have over the last 15 away games. Gradle betters him, but Gradle is not going to play. He's away with the international team for AFCON. He won't really play at all. And also, look at the ceiling. The last 15 away games, who has the highest ceiling is Figueiredo. So the upside's higher on Figueiredo. We also get a better AA from him so that if he doesn't end up scoring or getting an attacking return, he's still hopefully going to give us a score that will be more than 40. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So I think we have our answer here. What's his L40? Okay, his L40 improves a little bit on the decisive score average in the AA. 39 it goes up to, and then 4.5 here. So we have our answer. We're going to unlist Figueiredo because he hasn't sold. If it has sold, great, but he hasn't sold. So it's almost a blessing in disguise. We're going to keep him. Confirm. Great. Okay, so this is the Cap 240 rare team now. We're just going to double check it. So Ali Varul, Samba Camera. And then we need to check Figueiredo. We did actually check him, didn't we? But let's check him again, just to make absolutely sure. Okay, so we've picked the wrong Istanbul. There we go. So Figueiredo's at 70%. There is a little bit of a risk that he might not start, but I'm willing to take it. I'd much prefer to take that than Victor Advancing, the reasons we just talked about. And then what we need to do is we need to check for Luke Browers, who should be fine. He is the main starter for Herenveen. So he's there at 90%. Perfect. Not a surprise at all. And then Philip Heiser, we also checked earlier, but we'll check him again. Philip Heiser is the main left back for Karlsruhe. So we should see Karlsruhe, and then we should see Heiser again at a high percentage, 90% there. Good. What do we think, guys? Is that better? Do we think? Do you guys think we have a chance to hit the threshold here? One of the things that I always try and tell you guys to do, or recommend that you do, is when you put your threshold team together, it's really useful to try and project yourself what you think each player is going to get for you. Okay. And then when you do that, you then have a kind of a better idea of whether the team can hit the threshold or not. So, for example, Ali Varul, I would expect Ali Varul to give us a score of about 50. Okay, so we're going to say 50 for Ali Varul. Samba Camara, he's actually been in really good form at the moment. But with Samba Camara, he can deliver an underwhelming performance too. So sometimes you get 30, 35, sometimes you get 70, right? It's difficult to gauge what you're going to get from him. I'd say with Samba Camara, I would probably get a score, like realistically, we could get more, but I'd probably say we get a score of around 45. So 50, 45, okay, it's about 95. And then Luke Browers, we'd probably get, I don't know, I think again with Luke Browers, it's a difficult one with him because he is quite decisive dependent. So if he doesn't get an attack and return, he can score really bad. I'm going to back Luke Browers to get attack and return though. So I think Luke Browers is going to give us a score of about 60 as a minimum. And so we're kind of then looking at what 145 for that one, aren't we? Oh, sorry, 155. Sorry, there, 155. Then Figueiredo, I'd say we could get a score of about 45. Could. We're going to go really on his average that he does do in his away games. So let's say 45 for Figueiredo, takes us to 200. And then Philip Heiser, with a home game against Osnabrück, he scores really good at home. He can score 60 points or more with a decisive or without a decisive at home. And we have him as the captain. So I'm going to say that Heiser will give us a score of around 60. And then with the captaincy on top of that, we're probably just going to be very close to getting to the threshold. Very close. But that's with quite low estimates on camera. It's going to be really close, actually, whether we can do it. What do you guys think, though? Can we hit the threshold with this team? What does everybody think? Oh, you was walking through half a meter of snow and you slipped. Ouch. Do you have to rest up now? Like, is it that bad, Twitch, that you can't that the doctor signed you off work or something? All right, so our 240's done. Our 220. No, we don't want to do that. Our 220, I think, is fine. Oh, okay, that's perfect that you're working from home, isn't it? In that kind of situation. Okay, Kastenmeier. This isn't really a good game for Bokat, but we have to play him. We're not leaving Bokat out of our main teams at all. He's only at 65%. Why? That's very low. Okay, Bokat will 100% start. Okay. So Koita's playing at the Africa Cup right now. He gave Bokat the spot of Koita and put Ananu on the left wing back. So Bokat will 100% start. Bokat's a starter anyway, so that's why I'm really surprised that he was at a low percentage there. Because Bokat's like usually at 95%. I don't even think that Bokat's missed a game so far this season. Yeah, look. He's not missed a game this season, so that's why I was a little bit surprised that he put him at 65%. He generally plays like the full 90 minutes as well. Okay, we don't have to worry about that really. We do need to double check on Jonathan Harris though. Yeah, you do now, don't you? Let's check it out. Yeah, so Harris is still there at 80%, which is good. Karimi. We just had an offer for Karimi, which we rejected because Karimi's got a really good fixture. And I don't actually have an issue with Karimi. We want him as a reward. I think it's quite a cool reward to win because he's perfect for Cap 220. He could even get involved in a goal or something here. And then Daryl Dyke is almost just filling out the numbers here because Daryl Dyke won't start. Unlikely to start because he's still returning from injury. He's probably not ready to start yet, even though he will eventually start for West Brom. I just don't think they're going to rush him. Yeah, I don't think they're going to rush him at the moment. So, but that's fine because having these kind of big hitters in here means that we needed somebody with a low L15, and he's perfect for that. It's a difficult game for him, but if he comes off the bench and he delivers 25, 26 for us, then we haven't lost anything. We've almost effectively played him for free. Hello to Robbie, man. How's it going, Robbie? So I think this team is perfect. I think this team is good. Let's just double check that there is not. I'm pretty sure there isn't. Let's just double check that there is not another forward that we have that we could afford. No. The lowest one is Keki Top, and we don't actually have enough to put Keki Top in. And if we did, we'd then put Daryl Dyke somewhere else. So Daryl Dyke's perfect for the moment in Cap 220 with an L15 to 26 there. So that doesn't need changing. That's good to go. That's a good team. That's a decent team. Then what we've got is we have All-Star Rare, which again, I don't think we need to change it. Madda, you legend. Thank you so much, man, for the 2 months Prime. And thank you for the lovely wishes. Good luck with your game week as well. Thank you for support on the channel, man. This one I don't think we need to change because we are going to run our stack of Gaziantep. We are going to play Hervey Kofi because he's our only other starting goalkeeper. And then we could play Advancing instead of Keki Top, but I think I want to play Keki Top here. So I think there's a bigger chance for more goals in this game than there is, of course, in the Advancing game, which we looked at. We've got other forwards as well, but I don't think they're actually offering a better chance to score well. I think Keki Top does. So let's double check this one. I think it's good to go, but we want to double check it with the expert. Arda, Pappy, Ogden in there. Perfect. It's good. And then Hervey Kofi is going to be fine. Not heard anything about Hervey Kofi. He's the starter. And then Keki Top, we checked yesterday. Keki Top is going to be starting according to the expert, and I'd expect him to as well. There we go. Keki Top's at 60%. But this is a good game because I think there will be a lot of goals in this game. You've got two quite attacking teams here. So that is also good. We're going to keep the captaincy on our 10.5% Pappy. Great. That's good too. I don't think that's going to hit a card reward. I mean, I like it, but I don't think that's going to be strong enough to hit a card reward. But I think it's probably the best of what we can do as like the B team. The other one that we need to do. Okay, so why don't we, for the All-Star Rare Plus, why don't we take out Godin and we put Victor Advancing in there. And then what we can do is we could then potentially put in the real throwaway team, which is Cap 270. We could then put in, yeah, like Max Gradle's not going to play. So then what we can do here is we can put Matty Godin in like that. And then we've pretty much got our teams in place for the weekend. In fact, we do. Again, this is a complete throwaway team because we're playing with the DMP goalkeeper. So we would almost just have to hope that we get really lucky with everyone, which we're probably not going to, but you got to give it a chance, ain't you? You got to give it a go. Yeah, that's good. It's much better. Okay, rare teams are done. We do also have a kickoff super rare, but it's really nothing to talk about because we have loads of players that are not going to play. They don't even have games, right? What we should probably do is we should probably put like Molon in there, though. Anybody that does have a game, we should, or a chance for a game, we should put in there, like Gradle. But yeah, Andy Najjar doesn't even, he's not even covered. He doesn't even have a game. So we're almost just putting these guys in just to get a little bit more XP if we can. Yeah, that's okay. Done. Okay. Right, our other teams then are Cap 240. This is really simple. I don't think we change it at all. This is going to be a stack here. They have 2 games. It's a double game week for Alanyaspor. So we do the full team. Yeah, Taskaran, Hadejanai, Balkovic, Karaka at 60%, with Cordova at 40%. So hopefully both of those players play at least one game from the double game week. And then we should be good. And then we have Hadejanai as the captain with 10% already built up on him. That's perfect. Then Cap 220. We've again got Philip Heiser in here. I don't know whether do we need to have Heiser as the captain twice? It's a little bit of a risky one. I think we do because he kind of has the better fixture. Masovic, Ryman, Jamiro Montero will play. Heiser will play, and then Godin. We don't actually have a better forward. We do, but he's not fit, Nicholas Storm. Unless I am not aware, he's not fit, is he, anymore to play? He's still injured. Yeah, he's still out injured. He's out until the 3rd of March. Wow, long time. He's got quite a serious injury, though. In theory, I don't mind this team. This team could actually do quite well. It could surprise because Matty Godin is going up against Sheffield Wednesday, who aren't that good. And then Bochum are going up against Stuttgart, which is tricky because Stuttgart have been good so far. But Stuttgart are also missing Garassi, their top goal scorer, because he's away with the international team. And Bochum at home are actually a little bit tricky. Like they're quite difficult at home. So this could be another game where these two hit some massive scores. Like he hit 84 in his last game, and then Ryman hit a score of 70. Then we know about Philip Heiser because we were talking about him. Good game at home against Osnabrück. And then Jamiro Montero has a really difficult game against Egypt. But Montero is almost like a bit of a workhorse midfielder. He can play everywhere, but he tends to play in the middle of the park, and he tends to win a lot of duels, make a lot of tackles, and be the central point for the teams that he plays. And he's actually their key player, Cape Verde. So in theory, this team could do quite well. Yeah, this team will do quite well. It could do, in theory. So, Cap 220's done, Cap 240's good. And then we have a team in All-Star, which is more of like a punty team. Because I don't think this team will score that good. Because we've got a lot of players that... We've got Benji, first of all. Benji doesn't tend to start. And when he does come off the bench, he doesn't really tend to do anything. Got Pappy, who I think we're going to play. We could play Issa Kabor as well, but I don't think so. Then Gimba. Gimba is expected to play, isn't he? Yeah, perfect. And then Ahmed Ogus as well. Ahmed. Here we go. He's at 70%. He's not been doing that great, but he's the main starter. It's quite a good game for him to do better. Yeah, good. We're good to go. So I think our teams are sorted. We can't put out a Premier League Winter Special because our Luton Town team is not playing. And we can't put out any more limited teams because we've really downsized with the amount of limited cards that we've got, which has been one of the best decisions I think I've made recently. So we've now only got 4 limited teams, which is more than enough. And then we've got, 5 rare teams, but effectively 4 that have a kind of a chance of doing anything. We should be All-Star Rare, Cap 220, Cap 240 Rare, and then possibly All-Star Rare rather than Cap 270. Don't forget your Academy teams as well, guys. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we are good. Let's go on to Ultimate Champions here. Wow. The game week starts in 33 minutes, okay? Oh, wow. I wasn't paying attention on that. I'm glad we're looking at it now. So let's have a little look at this team then. I think we let the game do an autofill for us, really. Well, we didn't actually, did we? Because we done this here. Don't know whether we have a better goalkeeper or not. Hmm. Yeah, let's leave it with Aoni here. This is a good game for Coman. And technically, this is a good game for Fletcher as well. At the moment, we've got Saka as the captain. That's probably not the right thing to do. We need to put it on him or Fletcher. I think Coman, in the form that he's in, and the like the opponent that he's got, they're not very good. Confirm. Okay, and then into the tournaments here. Right. Have we done any? I think we have. We've done an autofill, haven't we? Yeah. Autofill, autofill. This one's autofilled. Same here. We don't have, we do have an under 23, which was autofilled. Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, it's not, but it will do. And then for the Ultimate Champions main tournament, we also done. Okay. So this is the one where we have to do it for 1,300. Let's give this a proper bash because we never really tend to do this, actually. We've got enough time to put a bit more thought into it. Let's clear the team. Okay. Let's look at a goalkeeper that has quite a low. 113 from Aoni is actually pretty good. Castile's at 104 is good too. I don't really like Wolfsburg away from home, though. Let's keep Aoni in. And then Luke O'Neill with 173 is too high. So we need to, but we do need to play, was it 2? We need to play 2 epic cards, don't we? Okay. Ah, okay. Ah, that's not great. So where's this one? Because I actually wouldn't mind playing Garuti. I think what would be great is if it told you the other division that it was in, rather than you not knowing. It's got to be in one of these ones where it needs a, not the under 23. It's not, is it? No. It's in the other competition, the other tournament. Unless it's actually referring to us using him in the leagues one. Surely not. I thought the leagues and the tournaments operated independently. We are using him here, but I didn't think that that meant I couldn't use him in the tournaments as well. If it does, then we're going to have to fix that. But no, it's actually here. Yeah, it's here. So, I think I want to take Garuti out here. Take him out. Play a DNP type player in here. You need to have 4? Okay. No way. Oh, this is so messy, isn't it? This is part of the reason why often I just do an autofill because it's just such a hassle to do. Like if we can't even select Garuti until we take him out of here. Hello to Yannick, man. Yeah, to be honest with you, this is such a hassle. I can't even be bothered, if I'm honest with you. So we come back out, we go into the tournaments here, go back into tournaments, we go back into here, edit the lineup, okay, and then we just do an autofill. I can help you if you activate a finder player, but the finder players are not available right now. You have to wait a little bit later. And then we put the captaincy on Luke O'Nean, and then we take these guys out. So remove, and then remove this guy so we can come under the cap. And then, but then we need to put some, we do need to put some lobies in. We have like 61, so we basically need to put in the lowest scores that we can. I really don't like this Ultimate Champions tournament. I think the 1,300 is really crappy. I don't enjoy it. Let's put in whoever here. Yeah, we kind of need to put some DMPs in here. Let's put him in. And then him. And then him. Okay, he's already in there. Let's put Fisher in there. There we go. Confirm. It doesn't really matter because all we're really doing here is we're just trying to farm MGC or the champ, but most of the time we won't be able to do it. So even if we got like 10, it's fine from an autofill. Okay. We don't have enough to buy anything in the store. We don't have enough MGC. So yeah, I think we're good as well here. Yeah, we're good. We are good. Okay. We can actually do some free tip scout fund coupons now. Let me activate them and then I'll be back in a second. We can do the finer players actually. And then we can do pick my lineup. That's quite a relevant one because the deadline's in about 1 hour and 20 minutes. And then we can do put your gamer glasses on as well. Start with those to begin with. Going to be back in 2 minutes, guys, so don't go anywhere at all. All right, we're back again. Just catching up with the chat as well. Twisted Fortune asking about Pooky. Is it better to split the energy across different leagues rather than doing it all in one league? Definitely not. No. So what you want to do is you want to fully predict one league on Pooky or fully predict several leagues on Pooky. So, for example, you can see the German league here. What it's not good to do is to say do 5 or half of the games in here and then use the energy to then do, say, half of the games in the Spanish league. It's much better just to do all of your energy in one league. And if it means that you then don't have enough energy for another league, that's fine because you've fully predicted the one league. So, yeah, you need to do all of the games, as many as you can, in one league. What we are actually going to do, I've just remembered, is we are going to update our predictions if we can. Arsenal 2-1. Okay, let's have a quick look at these ones as well. So 3-2-1 to 3-5-2. Nico has done a finer player, so if you want to let me know what you're after, Nico, we can have a little brainstorm on it. 3-5-2. 4-5-6 there. 3-11.2. 2-9-5. And then 2-8-9. Okay, let's update this one then for Arsenal versus Crystal Palace. It's gone up by 30. It's going to cost us 2 to do. So we can basically update 5, which I think we want to do. Let's update that one. Captain 40 limited. Limited goalkeeper this game week under $10, under 50 cap. Okay, cool. I really do need to speak to Pooky to ask them to put it in the game so that rather than you having to come out each time of every prediction, there is literally an arrow here. There's arrows on each side so you can just cycle through your predictions without having to go in and come out. It's a little bit clunky, that. This is only going up by 4. So we won't do that one. That was the one, wasn't it? Yeah, only going up by 4. This one is going down. That went down. And then this one stayed the same. Okay. And then the Italian league. We done the Italian league, didn't we? No, we didn't. We didn't do the Italian league. Okay. So it's just the Spanish league then. There are actually a lot for us to change. Like here, this one has gone up. This one's gone up by 50 or so. That's a lot. We need to update that one. And then we can make another 3 updates as well. And then we're going to run out of energy. That one went down. That one went down. That one went down. That went down. I remember yesterday there was a few down here, though, that really went up a lot. Oh, my God. Yeah, like this one. Yeah, we're going to update that one. Then we can make another 2 updates here. This one went up by quite a bit too. We've already updated that one. which is why it hasn't gone up or down. And then this one, perfect. So we update that one. And then we update this one here. Yeah, and then we're good. Now we've spent all our energy. We have one left over, but we've updated all our predictions so that we are squeezing out as much potential points as possible from them all. Cool. Right, so Nico, cap 240 limited goalkeeper this game week, under 10, under 50 cap. What's wrong with Ali Varul? What is wrong with Ali Varul here, man? Ali Varul is perfect. He's under 50 in his L15. He is under £10. It might be a little bit. It might be a little bit over €10 though. But I think you can get him down under €10. I have him in my threshold team. I think he's got a good fixture. Gaziantep aren't that great away from home. I think he has a good chance for a clean sheet. If not, he definitely has a good chance to give you a score like that. 58, 50. He's very good at the mid-range. Always talking about Ali Varul. I think he's, for good reason, because he's perfect for threshold. So he's perfect for you, Nico. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I have him in rare and I'm using him in my threshold team, and I'm also stacking. I'm stacking here because I think it is quite a good home fixture for them. Is the way to go. Yeah, it was a quick one. Vanik. Oh, sorry, Yannick, not Vanik. Yannick. Need a cheap goalkeeper for 240. How cheap though? What's your budget? And what's the L15 that we're working with here? What's the budget, man? Yannick, so we can help you. Waiting for the budget. I think we've got a good chance as well. Just looking at Pooky here, we've got a good chance this weekend of doing well on Pooky because we have predicted every game in the English League, predicted every game in the German League apart from the one that was being postponed, and then we've predicted everything in the Spanish League. And even though we're kind of doing this same score strategy, I think we do have a chance of winning a decent amount of rewards, which we are getting used to on Pooky. So keep your eyes on Pooky this weekend, and don't forget the Spanish League is the league that you need to do for Beat the Base as well. If you want to win one of my stickers here, if you want to win this one, this is the sticker that I'm giving away. You need to compete in Beat the Base. Been out of Sorare for a bit, but want to get back now. Don't know what a good price is for the goalkeeper. I haven't bought for the rest of the players yet. Would adjust them to the goalkeeper's points. What scarcity are we talking about? Limited, rare, super rare. Rare. Okay, cool. So there's actually a lot of good goalkeepers. Are you looking at a goalkeeper for that you can play now, as in that you can start to play within a week, or would you like a goalkeeper that you could maybe start to play in a month's time? Because when the American and the Asian leagues come back, there'd actually be a good time to start playing too. So when do you need the goalkeeper for? I also need your budget as well, man. Like roughly, what is your budget to spend on a goalkeeper? Because otherwise we could start talking about goalkeepers that are going to be outside of your budget, right? So give us a rough idea of what you're willing to spend on it. Then we can look at some options for you. 150 euros is actually pretty good. Yeah. We're looking to fill the rest of the team with second Bundesliga players. Okay, perfect. So we'll come up with a few for you. 1 second. Okay, cool. How much is Bryce Mablau at the moment? He's probably a lot more than 150. Yeah, he's like 250. Okay, fine. Let's have a little dig into this here. Ooh. How much is Kastenmeier? Because Kastenmeier's limited has really come down in value. His rare is still quite high. He's very underpriced, I think, in his limited. Kastenmeier. Yeah. Because again, usually you're kind of expecting there to be a 10 times difference between the price of limited and rare. So if that was the case, then he should be in his limited probably around £26, something like that. But limiteds are really, really suffering, and they're really cheap, which is great if you want to build a limited team. But it's also a little bit tricky then to win in limited because all the good players are really, really low. Maybe it's the better way to start with limited. It's not. No, I don't think so. If you can do rare, which I think you can, we're going to show you that you can do it, then it's better to do that. Yeah, limited is, is not bad if you're just starting out to understand the game, but I don't think it's a scarcity that anybody should realistically be playing for long unless they are prepared to put in a lot of money to get the very best players that are really expensive. Because trying to play limited on a budget is really tricky to do because you can spend a lot of time scouting, getting good players, building a good team, but then you're going to almost struggle to win because the prices of all the players are so low that the minimum amount of points you need to win anything significant is so much more higher now. So rare is a bit different because it's obviously it's a scarcity that's higher, it's lower supply. The prices are a little bit higher, even though they're still kind of low. Don't think we need. I mean, we could do that. Let's try and find a goalkeeper that actually has a good clean sheet potential. And let's put the budget in as well, because I'm quite interested to see who's coming up for around your budget. I'm going to put 170 in, which is above your budget, but it's a good start. Let's also sort this by L40 filter. Yeah, they are actually, aren't they, Alomjad? A lot of them are very cheap now. How is David De Gea still not with the club? I find that bizarre. We can improve the filter here, and we will, because we're getting kind of like a lot of getting like a lot of players that are good, but also getting a lot of players that aren't really relevant. So what we'll do, we'll put this as Champion Challenger Second Div, Europe. Going to get rid of a lot of players that just simply aren't, there we go, that simply aren't covered anymore. And then what we can do here is we can actually filter it down a little bit, and I think we will. Where in the L15, we're going to just put a little bit of an AA on there. Not too hard, but like 5 is a good starting point. I say should take it down to around 40, and it does, which is good. And then here, we can now pick out the players that are just a little bit more refined. So Mathenia's in there. Mathenia's really cheap, actually. Ross Lylaw's in there. Colke's in there. Akinvie's in there, but he's a little bit old. I think Akinvie will probably retire at the end of this season. They have a lot of good goalkeepers, CSK, A Moscow, waiting. And they've been waiting a while to take his crown. I think it will probably happen at the end of this season. Dupé's in there. If Dupé can get a move, he's going to be really good. Wow, this guy's really cheap at the moment. No? How? Oh, he had a little bit of a run. He's now back on the bench. He's really cheap. 26-year-old that had a little bit of a run in the team and actually done quite well. Pretty cheap there. Okay, interesting. David Shields really good, but he doesn't really play a lot. Colke we do like. So Colke is actually suspended at the moment, but Colke is a goalkeeper that I do like. His L15 is also kind of low at 40 because he had a little bit of a shocker in a few games recently. Not a big fan of the team he plays for, Hansa Rostock, but I think as a goalkeeper, he does well for a kind of an average or so team. The problem that you can see is that you're not really going to get a ton of clean sheets from him because they do tend to lose a lot of their games. So kind of puts a lot of people off him. Mathenia's better in many ways because Nuremberg are really not a bad team at all. He's had a little bit of a shocker here. I like him. He's good. Where's I see one goalkeeper that I'm surprised hasn't turned up here. Where is Detero's brilliant. Detero's really good. Yeah, where is Drews? Why is he not turned up? Because I was looking and I was thinking, where's the rest of the like the Bundesliga 2 goalkeepers, right? Okay, so he hasn't turned up because he's too expensive. He's over the budget. So and to be honest with you, he's not worth £200 when you can look at the other goalkeepers that score just as good, if not better than him. So he's, in my opinion, not worth 200 at all. And that's £200. That's not even euros there. Let's knock that down. Let's up let's up a score average here. 39. Filter that. There we go. Detero went to a Red X League. No, he didn't. Detero joined Elche. When did he join a Red X League? Because he's just joined Elche. What's the deal with Detero? He's just joined Elche, no? Matthias Detero is at Elche. Yeah. Let's go back. So what we're going to do, we're going to quickly have a little look at the expanded options that we've got here. Where was it? We've got 95 now. Okay, it's a little bit better. What we don't really want to do is I don't really want to look at goalkeepers that haven't really played in the last 5. So let's change that. Let's take that off. Let's put it at 20% there. Filter that. Gives us probably around 50 or so. There we go. 54. Regis Gertner, of course, the legend turns up here. Gertner's brilliant. We're always talking about Gertner. I feel like we're talking about Gertner on every stream, but for good reason. We've got Marco Malenica in here as well. He's actually a little bit expensive on the floor price, Marco. Marco really needs to be around 150 to 170. 221's a lot. Definitely don't want to be paying that for Marco Malenica. Babacan's okay. Zila. Here we go. So Zila's a goalkeeper that I like. I like Zila. I think he's good. I think he's playing for a decent team as well. Not really giving a lot of clean sheets, but his AA is pretty good. I don't think you want to spend 200 on him. You definitely don't. You want to try and get him for around 140, 150. If you can't get him for that, if you do go for him, then forget it. But yeah, here, for example, 15 days ago, getting in for around 140. This guy here getting for around 147, 143. That's really where you want to be picking this guy up at, not 209. It's the only card on the market, which is why he's been priced a lot higher. Ross Laidlaw is actually good. He's not too Bundesliga, but he's pretty useful because you can play him often in Cap 220, Cap 240, and every now and then Ross Laidlaw will actually hit like a massive score. So I like him. He's not playing for an especially strong team, Ross County, but that's also working in your favor because then when he's doing a lot of saves, it's really going to help you. This guy's good, but he's quite error prone. So he's more of like a long-term pick. Gertner, who you might not be aware of, so we're going to just quickly talk about him. Everybody on the stream pretty much knows about Gertner now, but he's very cheap, Gertner. He is 37, so that might put you off a little bit. But he's the captain for Amiens, and he plays every game. He also hits some really good scores as well, and he's very consistent at giving you clean sheets, right? So that's why we talk about him a lot. Just offers such good value at the moment in Sorare. Nigma Tullen's decent, but not for 339. Jordi Massip's in there. He's okay. Bondman's in there. Hendrik Bondman's probably a player that we should talk about because Bondman is very consistent. He's the main starter, the number one for Wolfsburg. And their season is returning soon. So you can see that we're currently planning this weekend for game week 443. And then his season is back again in 449. So you don't have to wait too long for someone like Bondman. And he's a good goalkeeper too. He's actually quite cheap at £155 now. So Bondman really a really good option too. Yeah, really good option. Stejkul's good for 120 euros. Yeah, very good for 120. Hello to Beast as well. Thank you for jumping in. Yeah, so Stejkul, who Nico's talking about, he's very cheap for an under 23 goalkeeper. He's still cheap now at 185, but when Nico picked him up, that was really cheap. We were actually looking at this guy for our under 23 limited team. We didn't go for him in the end. But for rare, there's absolutely nothing wrong looking at this guy as well. Yeah, so I think you've got a few options here. I wouldn't look at Stojanovic, actually. He does well now. I just don't like the team he's playing for. So personally, if I was in your position, I'd be looking at Hendrik Bondman. I'd also be looking at Regis Gertner. I'd also be looking at, go down here, I would take a little look at Kolke, Ross Laidlaw, who I think offers really good value there. I did have Christian Mathenia in the limited, and I don't mind Mathenia. So I think for 146, it's really not bad. Zila too. And then I'd also take a look at Marco, but I'd only look at Marco if you could get him for, around 150. Definitely not 221. So I hope it gives you a little bit more options there. Paolo's also offered you Marvin Hitz as well. Marvin Hitz is a good shout. Yeah, in the Swiss Super League. Yeah, you've got a few options there, man. So glad to hear that it helps you. Always do your research, though. Make sure you do your research hard on any of the goalkeepers that we talked about today before you pull the trigger, man. All right, so let's go back here. We might as well get started with our rivals lineup. Not for the Karlsruhe one, we've already done it, but I think also for the Benfica one. Okay, let's have a little look here. Right, so yeah, Anatoly Trubin is brilliant. He needs to go in. The difficulty with doing this is that it's going to be able to try and put in the players that because their L15s are so high, right? So Silva, L15 is 62. Otamendi, L15 is 62. Really, really difficult. Look, all their L15s are so high. This is going to be tricky. Koksu's at 50. Di Maria's at 51. Tengsted, Musa. Musa's actually on the move, isn't he? There's a few teams that are looking at him, so he's apparently going to be on the move soon. And good for him, because he's just not playing enough. Yeah, Benfica, technically, this is a really good game. But it's a difficult one to pick in rivals, I think, because of the fact that everyone does so well there. It's going to be really, really difficult. Let's actually have a look as well and play sharper here. It's going to be difficult to find. Look at their L15s. Look, they're all so high. I don't think we can actually do this here. Because look, if we wanted to do Trubin, if we wanted to do the lowest one here, Frederick Usnes, right, and then Di Maria at 51 or Koksu, we're not going to have, well, Arthur Cabral might be the way that we do it. But I think even then we're going to struggle, no? Let's try it out. So if we put in, where's he gone? Okay, we put in, well, Usnes is a midfielder card. So Morato for 58. I mean, that's so high. And then Usnes is like a midfielder card, along with Koksu and Di Maria. So if anything, we'd need to do him. Then we have 98. Then we could do Cabral. Then we have 62. So that technically is the way you do it. Then we could put in someone like Antonio Silva. Wow. That is tricky, no? It's probably the way we need to do it, though. The worry that I have is that we could put this stack together and then we could enter it and then we could end up being paired up against like a full limited Benfica stack, right? With the same players, and then we're going to lose. But I think I do want to give this a go. If anything, just to test out the theory of whether we're going to get paired up with somebody who's got like a full team. How has Cabral been doing? Haven't really been following Arthur Cabral much, if I'm honest with you. He's played the last 3 games. He's got a goal. It's not done amazing. One of the problems here is that if we done it, like if we done this team and we entered it, right? And then let's say, for example, that Cabral is not starting. We could be in trouble a little bit because then we won't actually be able to put out a decent team. So this might actually be worth us waiting until the team lineup is announced and then we can do it. If you commit to it and then, let's say like you're quite low on a budget on the points cap, right? And you've committed to Arthur Cabral and then Arthur doesn't play, well, then you've then got to try and find somebody else that fits in under 36, or you need to change the whole team, right? So I have an idea of what I would probably do. I think in theory, this is probably quite good, but I think I do want to wait until a little bit later. Is it smarter to build a cheap rare 240 cap for like 300 or build something in limited? It's the rare. Yeah, rare. It's much smarter to build a cheap, rare 240 than it is to get in my opinion, to get a better limited team. Who will play? Arthur. Will Arthur Cabral play? I mean, that's what the experts saying, aren't they? He's going to play. Hello to Pirek as well, man. I don't really know how else you're supposed to build a Benfica team here. I mean, of course, you don't need to have Antonio Silva. You could have Rafa in there, right? So if we took out Silva, we could put Rafa in. And then that frees up 6, right? Where instead of Cabral, we could then maybe get, well, couldn't because Tengstead's not going to play. Moose is not going to play because he's under a potential transfer. So then you kind of have the problem, don't you? Yeah. My phone was glitched, so I couldn't comment earlier. I'm 0.8 points ahead of my opponents in rivals at the moment. Oh my God. Very tight. Yeah, where's Musa going? Or what are the teams that are interested in Musa? Because I saw it yesterday, but I didn't give it a proper read. But there are a few clubs that are interested in him, and I think he wants to move. He's not playing. 2 days ago, Toronto FC. Wow, that would be an interesting one. Did I see? I might have seen it on Twitter. Was it maybe Fabrizio? Okay, so he's getting closer and closer to Bologna, according to this guy here. Lille's also interested in him. There we go. Yeah, here we go. So it was from Fabrizio, but it wasn't yesterday. It was a few days ago. And they're considering bids from different clubs, Genoa. But there are also clubs from Germany, France, England, and the MLS. And I think probably Toronto is the one from the MLS as well. He's expected to leave this month. So if Benfica are smart, they won't really play him because you don't want to. If he's under a bid, you don't and you're really considering selling him. You then don't play him because if you do, you risk him then getting injured, and then no one's going to want to buy him, right? I guess it depends on the bids they've got for him, but he's such a good talent, and he's just not really getting used. And he does need to be playing more. That's the thing. If you look at Peter Musa, like this isn't good enough. This isn't good enough for Peter Musa's development. Like it's great that he's at a top club, but he needs to be starting at any club. No point being at a top club and being a top player if you're not starting here. And this is just really not good enough for him. So I'm actually kind of happy to hear that he's potentially going to move. He's only £40 in his rare. That is bizarre. How is that possible? That's so cheap. That's so cheap. The hell? It's so cheap that it actually makes me want to buy him. Because this guy is actually good, but he doesn't play enough. What if we could do it? Basilbot. don't know how much he's been selling for recently, but it seems a little bit low to me. I wonder if we could send some money. He was even lower before, was he really? Oh my God. I just think that 40 already is kind of low. Wonder what we could send across to him. Could we send Thomas Henry across as well? Probably we could, but then it would hurt our chances for Cap 270. But we don't really care too much about Cap 270. Let's do that here. He's probably going to let's give him like a fiver in here as well. I'd be interested to see what he responds back to, what he counters with here. Like, I like Thomas Henry and I want to keep him, but also I really like Peter Musa as well. Let's see what he comes back with. Let's have a look at his price graph as well. Yeah, he was very cheap, wasn't he? Wow, he was very cheap. As you say, about a month ago. That was really good. Probably reached his cheapest, didn't he? Ever. When he was about £27 there. Let's see what he comes back with. Sent the counter offer here. So we'd need to send Thomas Henry and then 23. It's a little bit high. What we could do instead, because Thomas Henry's kind of got a decent value to him, I think, no? About £25 or so. Yeah, kind of 23. It's not bad, actually. I wonder if we could send somebody else as well, because ideally, I wouldn't mind sending like a less than £20 across. So I wonder if there's like a limited card or something we could throw in to bring it down. Like Niko Jankovic, we need to keep him. Don't really have much value in our limited cards, do we? That's the problem. It's almost not worth it. We'd have to send loads. What we could do, look at Pedro. Why has Pedro gone up? Okay. I think it's just somebody paying for that's just almost the bog standard bid on the auction. He just shot up to what he probably should be. Probably get rid of Caviccioli if you wanted him. Sander van der Streek. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. Hold on. So don't do that. Let's send Thandar. And then let's try that for now. Oh, I've just cancelled it. It's annoying. Right, I wonder if this is going to take it down to under £20 as cash that we would send. If not, then what we could probably do is add in someone like Caviccioli, who's roughly what we paid for him anyway, I think, based on the average price here. We only really bought him for about a fiver. 5 days ago, he sold for £7. So, yeah, we can probably throw him in as well. I'm still unsure if I should stick to my 4-0 prediction for Bayern versus Bremen or take the punt and raise it to 6-0. Go on, be brave, man. I reckon you should do it to 6-0. It's not out of the question, is it? Come on, Basil. Where you at, man? There we go. What's he saying now? Okay, so we get it under 20. So 20 plus these guys, and then we could actually throw in Caviccioli as well. If we throw in Caviccioli and it gets to around 15, I'll probably do it. I mean, this in itself is okay, technically, for us, really. But I'm also just thinking about cards that we're maybe not going to use as well. So, yeah, like, this is going to affect our kickoff super rare, which we really don't care about at all. And then cancel that. Then put, like, another 5 in here. And then send all 3 for Peter Musa, and then a 5er. And then he'll probably come back and counter, I'm guessing, with maybe about £17 or something. 17, £16. If we can get it to, well, probably won't be able to get it to 15, but if we can, I think I'll probably do it. It's one of those games where Bayern can easily smash them. They did it a lot of times in the past. They really did, yeah. I used to have a mate, I had a mate who supported Bremen, and there were so many times we watched Bremen Bayern, and it was horrible because we turned it into a bit of a drinking game where you had to kind of down a beer or something every time Bremen conceded a goal. So you can imagine in some of the past games that we had, it got pretty messy. It got very messy, actually. Okay, let's wait for the new offer here. Oh, is this it? This is it, isn't it? Oh, he doesn't want Caviccioli. Okay. Doesn't want him. Nasa Chadley we could use as a make weight. Like, I like Nasa Chadley. We've already effectively earned our money back from Nasa Chadley from the one game week that we used him in. We've now got Ali Karimi to kind of almost replace Nasa Chadley. Let's try that. Let's try one more. Counter, take this out, do that, add in Nasa Chadley in here. And let's see whether we can get the price down at all. So a 5er there. Send. Okay. Let's see what he comes back with. Here we go. He doesn't want Chadley either. Okay. Probably a little bit more in the grand scheme of things than what I'd be prepared to pay. Sander van der Streek we're not really using. Thomas Henry we kind of are using, but very kind of hit and miss, right? Let's do it. I think we're going to do it. Let's do it. Wasn't really planning on doing it, but the story also caught my eye on Peter Musa. And he's a player that I kind of wanted to get a long time ago, actually. I just couldn't afford it. He was really expensive at one point, Peter Musa. Really expensive. Yeah, like, I remember looking at him when he was kind of around here. like a couple of £100, and I was like, no way. Because even though he's a big talent and he's fantastic, if you spend 200, you know that you're not going to get any use out of him for £200, right? Because at Benfica, he was just sitting on the bench. Really, look, like completely wasted for him. But he's actually very, very good. So we have him. There you go. We sorted it. Which now kind of means that we need to slightly fix one of our teams here. So we've got Musa in. We got rid of Thomas Henry, who I think is great. And we also got rid of Sander van der Streek, who we're really not using. So it's actually okay. Let's go into the pro again. We have to fix a few teams here because the Cap 270 is broken now. That's okay because we can put Nasa Chadley in, even though he's injured. And then we can put Peter Musa in here. That's fine. Just to start building up some XP on the guys there. Why is it showing me? Do we not have another team? I think we just fixed it, haven't we? But I need to be sure. Okay, Academy's broken and Kickoff Super Rare's broken. But we don't really care about Kickoff. We can fix it, though, because he didn't want Caviccioli. So we can just throw Caviccioli back in. There we go. Not that it matters, because this is kind of like a complete write-off team. And then in here, we can fix the extra here quite easily. We can put in Ricky Harakawa like that. Okay, let's double check the teams because I want to make sure that now that we've made a few changes there, we haven't screwed anything else up. So that's fine. All-Star Rare Plus should be fine too. And it is, right? And then Cap 220 shouldn't be affected. And it's not. And then Cap 240 is not affected. That's good. And then the Cap 270 was affected, but we've now just corrected it. So now we have Peter Musa in there. And we have Nasa Chadley, who's injured. Okay, cool. Love that. Pick my lineup from Pirek and then find a player from Harrison. So we'll do those now, guys. Could you build my Cap 240 rare lineup? Taking into account, I also want 220 with the averages. What do you mean? I'm going to build your Cap 240 rare based on the players that you've got. But do you want me, are you saying you want me to build it whilst almost like keeping in mind that you want to have a team for Cap 220 as well? Because I'm just going to build your 240 based on what I think is the best for 240. Rather than thinking about 220, if I'm honest with you. What's the other question here? I'm trying to keep up with the chat as well. John Fleming or Victor Nelson for Gala? Nelson not 100% starting. John Fleming. John Fleming anyway. Let's bring up here. Here, D0. There we go, D04. Yeah, so I'll have to keep an eye on Peter Musa now to see where he's going to go. But yeah, wherever he goes, I hope that he can... in fact, I don't hope. I know that Peter Musa is going to do so much better at the next club that he joins. So, yeah, fingers crossed. And I don't mind if it's Bologna because they score lots of goals, actually. So, perfect. Let's go back here. All right, Pirek. And then let's do a lineup builder. The Cap 240 rare. Okay. Here we go. So you have Badia and you have Eli Room. Well, I think this is probably quite an easy one because we definitely don't want Eli Room going up against Feyenoord. Funny enough, actually, I wonder if you guys know this too. there's something really special happening in the Eredivisie. I'm going to bring it up right now. Maybe you guys are aware of it, maybe you're not. But look at PSV at the moment. I feel like I'm not hearing enough people talking about the incredible achievement of PSV right now in the Eredivisie. They have played 17, they've won 17, they've not lost any, they've not drawn any. They've only conceded 7 in 17 games, and they've scored 59. They have a perfect record in the Eredivisie at the moment. And I'm really keen to see how long they can keep this streak going for. As this has got to be some kind of a record soon, if it's not already. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I was looking at it yesterday and I was like, oh my God, I knew they were doing good, but I didn't realize they were doing that good. And often you kind of, when a club's doing amazing, you often hear about it, don't you? Like a sports website or something will talk about it. I haven't heard anything about PSV yet from, say, BBC Sport or whatever. So, yeah, keep an eye on that because that is just incredible. They're already, look, you can see the amount of points they are ahead right now. It's insane. Let's go back. Why is it doing that? Okay, well, you saw it anyway. Germany's talking a lot about it because we played them in the UCL and Veerman is very interesting. Veerman's potentially... Veerman, by the way, yeah, Twitch Gaming, I'm sure you know this, but Veerman's record so far this season is silly. Like, Veerman's record in 17 games, I was looking at that, I think the other day. Look, he's got 3 goals and he's got 9 assists in 17. And if you look at who's the other guy they've got, there's a couple of really silly records in the Eredivisie. Luke de Jong has, I think he has like 18 goals in 17. We'll look at it now. He has 15 goals in 17, and he has 7 assists in 17. But then the other player who has an incredible record right now in the Eredivisie is Vangelis Pavlidis. He has 18 goals in 17 games so far, which is immense, isn't it? Absolutely immense. So lots going on. Veerman actually is, there's a lot of talk that Veerman could be making a move in this transfer window. There's a few Premier League clubs looking at him. One of them is West Ham. Yeah, he's always been a good goal scorer, Pavlidis. I agree. But this is really good for him. 18 in 17, when I think that AZ haven't even been doing that great this season. I mean, 4 for them is good, but they've been really sketchy over the last 5 games or so. So they've not been that great. Look, that's the last 10, and he's still got 18 in 17, which is brilliant. Yeah, AZ fired their manager, I know. Veerman will probably move in the summer, but do not discount the fact that if somebody comes in with a big offer, then that could tempt them to get rid of him in the January transfer window. Like, money talks. So if somebody comes in with a big offer in January, they might not get that big offer in the summer. So you're right, he's probably going to go in the summer, but don't ever say that it can't happen in January because there's a lot of surprises that can happen in January. Right, let's pick the lineup for Pirek. So Badia, you got Lafayette in there. That's a really good one, actually, Lafayette. You've also got Martins Indy. Wow, that is a really good one. Home game against Vol too. Let's do that. And then midfielder-wise, you got Stefan. Sakamoto's brilliant. Sakamoto at 56 really needs to go in here. And then you have 89 here. You've got Bobby. That's not a good fixture. You've got Saganov, which is a really good fixture. 53 is going to leave us with 36 then. Who can we fit in for 36? Oh, nobody. Nobody. So we'd probably have to take out Sakamoto and then put in someone like Renato Stefan for 49. That gives you 43. And then, oh, you're still short. Wow, you really have a lot of high end, don't you? That's the problem with this team. Really tricky. Just got rare threshold because Bebe scores a 50-yard free kick. Wow. Incredible. Yeah, I don't want him in the team, though. This guy here, Espinoza. I think he's better for cap 220. Hmm. Then we're going to be short, aren't we? By one. Unless we didn't play him. But you really need to play Saganoff, don't you? This is not great. Because it's a slightly weird game, but it's gonna free up 2 points actually. So then it probably needs to be Fortuna in there. We keep Stefan in there, and then it gives you 45, which then means that you could look at whose side. That's a really horrible game for him though. Don't really want to be looking at Bobby. So yeah, it'd probably be him here in there like that. It's not amazing, but I think it's okay. Yeah. You did Bobby and then Pinto. Yeah, Bobby kind of puts me off because with Bobby, like the thing that puts me off here is that we looked at this game and we talked about it a lot. This is not really a good game. Now, he does have good AA, right? So he could be good for Threshold. He's very good for Threshold in many ways, but I just really don't like that game at all. So maybe you like that game more than I do. And so then Bobby would work, but that's the team that I would do. Yeah. Right, Harrison. Harrison, man, you want to let me know what you're looking for, and we'll find you a few players, man, on the stream. Montero's on a 6.9. Where you at, Harrison? What's your budget? What type of play are you looking for? Cap 240 rare forward, ideally for game week 445, under £40. Oh, that's an interesting one. All right, let's have a little look at it. So what we're doing here is we're looking for next weekend. Let's keep it open for now. What's the budget that we're working with? Not the financial budget, but what's the cap? Like, what type of cap are we working with here, Harrison, to make it work in the team? I mean, I think because it's cap 240, we'll try and find someone under 50 anyway. Yeah, I think around 50 is the right thinking there, man. Let's put that at 50. Do 51, because it's not too big a deal. And then again, AA is quite important, but actually, let's not touch that for now. Let's touch this though. Let's put that at 30. Let's put this at 30 as well. And what's the budget? Under 40, isn't it? Under £40. Okay, cool. This is quite an interesting one. Because this is a price point where you can find some good players, but also it's not so obvious half the time. We'll do 45 here. So we get 620 who come up, okay? Because you can see that there's just like a ton, right? There's a ton of players which come up here for rare, because rare is so cheap now. But the most important thing really is to try and find someone that can get involved in an attacking return for you. Let's put that quite high, actually, at 38. Antoine Lucci was there. It's quite good. Anti-Airseg comes up here. He's got a really horrible game, though, in that game week. And then I think we can be a little bit more aggressive with the size to score average here, too. We can put that at 36, actually. Right, and then let's be a little bit more aggressive with the AA. So we want to try and find, ideally, someone that can offer some kind of like an AA too, because we know that in Sorare at the moment, it's not enough to get a decisive. You need to kind of have decisive plus an AA to score better in Sorare. We get 35 now who come up. Okay. João Figueiredo's in there. Jean-Luc Dompe's in there. He's brilliant. He's really good. The problem with him is that he doesn't tend to start enough at the moment, you know? But he's fantastic. He's really good. He really should be starting more, in my opinion. Very good player. He's one to keep an eye on, because I don't think he's going to be on the bench all season. I think eventually he's going to have to start playing more, especially in the form that he's in. Yeah, Antoine Luti is here. Ramirez, Eli Yuan, Mertens is there. Got Antti Erseg, who's still there. In fact, actually, Antti Erseg, I think, has a good record of scoring against Dynamo Zagreb, no? I think he's got a pretty good record of scoring. It's either Dynamo Zagreb or... I think it is Dynamo Zagreb. He's got a good record of scoring against them. I have him. He's really good, actually. He's worth looking at if you didn't know him. Didn't expect that tweet of the jersey to get the reaction on Twitter. Managed to get a follow from Nicholas Julia. Of course, yeah, it's going to get a big reaction, man, because it's so difficult. So difficult to do. So, yeah, well done, man. Robert Skov's in there. So the players that I would look at would be Mamadou Fowl, even though this is not quite a good fixture, but he's a good forward. So Mamadou Fowl. I like him, but I don't like the team he's playing for. Emil Hansen, I used to own Emil Hansen's rare. He was one of the first rares that I owned when I first joined Sorare. He often tends to struggle in the top division. At the moment this season, I think he's actually been doing okay. Yeah, he's been doing okay. Like, not amazing, but okay. Not someone you want to look at, though, at all. Mune is decent, but the team's not that great. So, I would look at Antti Erseg. I would also look at Antoine, because I like Antoine. I think he's good. Amiens. He's very good for threshold as well, because his AA is very decent. So his decisive score's high. He's got 5 goals and 6 assists in the past 36, and he's also got a really good AA. So Antoine, you want to definitely look at. Jean-Luc Dompe, Antti Erseg, and then I would also recommend you look at Mamadou Fowl, Harrison. Those would be the ones that I would look at for that game week. I hope that helps you as well. Let me know. Let us know how you get on and who you end up picking. Even if it's not any of those guys that we highlighted here today, just let us know when you're next on the stream so we can keep an eye on it and see how they get on for you, man. Okay. There are 15 minutes until the next game week starts. Perisic to Hashtag on loan for the rest of the season confirmed. What a good move for him. Really good move. I wonder what's going on with his price now. I bet his price is rocketing, isn't it? Yeah, just a little bit. About a week ago, he was 25 in the rare. He's now up to 62 in the rare. The limited must be going mad as well. Look at that. Yeah, very good. He's only £6.43 or £7.49. He's going to do well. Did you try to buy him before? Did you what you said you tried? Did you not buy him then? Why did you not buy him? Because like yesterday, even technically, yeah, yesterday was like £3.27. And then yesterday he was around that as well. You tried to get in on him too late. Yeah. Too late. Very good move for him though. Very good move. All right. Okay, we're going to take another quick break here, and then when we come back, we'll have the new game week ready. So be back in 5, guys. Right, guys, we're back again. And it's 2 minutes until the new game week on Sorare, game week 443. So, quick reminder, you have 2 minutes to make sure that all your lineups are sorted and good to go. So make sure you do it before the game week closes on you. I was just having a little look just before we came back again. Look at Jordan Henderson's price in his rare. If you were one of those guys that took the gamble on Jordan Henderson by buying him when he moved to the Saudi League, then you are laughing right now, because he has just gone from, well, this is over the course of about 2 weeks now. He's gone from about £20 in the rare right now up to about £100. So he's times 5 the value that he was 2 weeks ago, which is amazing. Look at that. Did anybody in the chat actually have a Jordan Henderson card, whether it be rare, limited, or whatever? I haven't looked at the limited at all, but it's a very similar graph. Look. Nobody was really getting him. He was 93p, because obviously he wasn't covered, apart from England games, right? So I think 93p was still brilliant for Jordan Henderson, because he does feature a lot for England, and he's now kind of around £18 or so. Look, £15. What a great profit. Did anybody here in the chat take advantage of it? My friend bought his rare when he moved to Saudi. He's buzzing. Oh, wow. How much did he buy him for? That's incredible. I'm actually jealous that he done it. Kind of wish that I had done it, really. Because, I'm always talking about it's worth picking up these Saudi players, because they're either going to move eventually somewhere else, or some of the Saudi players aren't going to be covered for league games, but then they're still international players, right? So you can still use them for international scoring, or the Saudi league gets covered, which I think is just an eventuality. Oh, we keep going into rivals here, and I don't want to. What's going on in the Cape Verde game? Still 1-0 half time. Okay. Right, the new game week has opened up. Game week 444. I don't think we can put many teams out for it, but we're going to have a little look now. Pretty sure I don't have many. Oh, we do. Oh, wow. Oh, we can have a chance at hitting threshold in the midweek. Wow. Like, not just a chance, we can have a really good go at doing it. Oh, incredible. Oh, I'm actually really happy that we didn't sell João Figueiredo. He has a horrible game against Fenerbahce, but he's pretty much our only rare forward with a game. Oh, we might need to buy some players, actually. Spammed me on WhatsApp when transfer to Ajax was confirmed. He bought him for around €22. Wow. What's he planning on doing? Is he planning on keeping him, or is he selling him and making the profit? I mean, personally, I think I'd probably sell him. If I bought him for 22 and he's now selling for around 100, I'd probably cash that in. But everyone's different, aren't they? But I think that, making 5 times what you paid for a player on Sorare is such a good profit to lock in. He purely bought him to make a potential profit, and there he is. Wow. Very smart from him. Love it. Does it motivate anyone to buy Saudi players when you see that from Jordan Henderson? Because it kind of motivates me to think, well, maybe I should go and pick up a few Saudi players that I think still have a few legs in them, as in, like, they still have the potential to move somewhere else in the future, or they're just, like, really cheap, and I could just use them for international scoring. It does make me think I could pick them up cheap and then flip them for mad profit if this ever happened again. He does, doesn't he? Yeah, Benzema has links back to the Prem, or links to the Prem rather than links back to the Prem. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Arsenal keep being linked with him, don't they? I'd be surprised if Benzema went to Arsenal. Okay. This could be an interesting midweek. We've also got Lyndon Zalahi back as well, which is pretty good. Good timing. Yeah, my Turkish cards are the Turkish and the Croatian cards, really, isn't it? But the Turkish cards for sure. You're right. I hadn't even looked at this midweek until now, so I didn't think that we had like a team to put out for rare, which makes me even happier that we didn't sell João Figueiredo because we were trying to sell him before this deadline and we couldn't sell him. So that is a real blessing. That's a real we got a bit lucky there, because if I'd have sold him, I would have then been like, oh shit, we just sold a player that we actually need for the midweek. So it's worked out perfectly, really. And then we could put Smolcic in here like that. Oh, it goes over by 5. Oh, don't do that. That's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I definitely need a... That's what we're going to do now, I think. You're right. I need a forward for Cap 220. Yeah, absolutely. And now that Cap 220 is worth doing, and we have just loads more players that we can fill out for Cap 220, I think we will look to bring in a cheap forward for the remainder of the stream. We'll do some scouting. As an Arsenal fan, I'd 100% take him as long as he doesn't cripple the wages. I think any Arsenal fan would take him. You'd be mad not to take a Benzema, right? If you're an Arsenal fan, because he's just so good. If I would play Sorare with investing money, I would spend 1,000 and buy players. All these players leaving Saudi shows that their moves only were for the money. Most of them will make moves back 100%. Yeah, I agree. Hello to the Don as well. £100 for a Benzema Rare is great value if he moves. I agree, yeah. Is he really just £100? It's actually frighteningly good how some of these players are so cheap, isn't it? All right, let's try and figure this out properly. Technically, we could put in... Let's restart this here. Okay. Technically, we could put Jonathan Boatu in here. We could also put Ali Karimi in, but I think Karimi's going to be good for Cap 220. We could put Ogun in here. And then we could do like the stack again, which I don't think is that great, if I'm honest with you. So if we did do it, then we would have 53, and then we could easily put in somebody there. Or what we could do is we could just commit to the Gaziantep stack at home. So we could like do Pappy, then we could do Arda. Then we have 4 points left over. That's not bad. That's okay. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the team that I do for Threshold. But we have to think about players that have... We have to think about players that have a really high L15. So, like, ideally, Smolcic, I'd like to be able to play somewhere. Because if we don't play him in here, it's going to be really tricky for us to play him in Cap 220. And, like, the same for Salahi. Because Salahi, if you didn't know, he has signed a new contract now. And so he's going to be back and available to play. We could maybe we could tweak it. We've done Smolcic in here. We've done Lyndon Zalahi here. Then we have 41. But technically we could have 42 if we took our yeah, if we put in Hervey Kofi, it gives us 42. But even then, we're kind of struggling, aren't we? Because then it's just Karimi. Thinking about selling either Varul or Kofi for a small profit because I just bought Varul for the winter break and have too many goalkeepers left over. What would be your move? I'd sell Varul, yeah. Keep Kofi and sell Varul. What leagues are you playing this midweek? Good question, Arthur. I don't know. Cap 240, Cap 220 for sure, but we need to, I think, on today's stream, I think we need to find a Cap 220 forward, like a Cap 220 rare forward, that we can get. I think at the moment, I'm just trying to work out what we would do for Cap 240, because then if we do that, then we know what our focus is for Cap 220 rare, but I haven't had a look yet properly. Hello to 40 Marker as well. How you doing, man? Like, I don't mind having Ali Varul in here. The problem is that Ali Varul away from home is not that great. And a lot of these AFCON games have the potential to be under 2.5. So maybe Kofi needs to be picked here this time. The highest cost defender is Smolcic at 52. Like, we can't not play Smolcic. We can't not play Salahi. If we don't play them in here, we could play them in All-Star. But then we don't have enough forwards, right? Then we would need 2 forwards because then we need a forward for Cap 220 rare and then a forward for All-Star. Are we really going to buy 2 forwards here? Kind of like playing these 2 here is almost too high. Let's entertain it. Let's entertain that we're going to look to bring in 2 forwards to help us compete in the midweek for Cap 220. Well, do we even have a limited goalkeeper for Cap 220? We need to answer that question, don't we? Cap 220 rare? No, it doesn't look like we do. No. Which means that we could play Hervey Kofi in here into Cap 220. What are our limited options in here? We have Killian Corridor as a forward. Who do we have purely as the limiteds here? Oh, we've got some of these big boys in here. But we might need to use some of them. We will need to use some of them for a Cap 220 limited. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Rather than talk about it, let's start to put it together, okay? So, Cap 240 rare. Right. Ali Varul goes in because we might need Hervey Kofi for Cap 220. And that extra point could be the difference here. Ivan Smolcic and Lyndon Zalahi, we do need to find a way to play them. We will not be able to play them in Cap 220 because the row 15s are too high. We can afford to play 1 over 50, can't play 2. And we want to play them together. So why don't we put Smolcic in here and then Zalahi in here? And then we have 41, which then means that actually what we need to do here is we then need to play Ali Karimi at a cost of 40 in here for now. Okay? And then Captaincy-wise, we'll put Smolcic in there. Like that. Okay, let's confirm that. Patrick Bamford, obvious choice, midweek L15 of 31. Thanks to Don. How much is he in the rare, though, Bamford? He's got to be expensive, no? Because he's been in such, yeah, he's kind of, yeah. I mean, he's a very good option, though. You're right. Because he's in really good form, too. But I definitely don't want to spend 80 on him. But if anyone is looking for a forward, then Patrick Bamford probably will be good because he has a game against Norwich, which is at home. It's not the easiest opponent, but it's at home. They should be able to do well there. This is what we've got at the moment in Cap 240 Rare. And then in Cap 220 Rare, do we want to enter it into Cap 220 Rare? We know that there's no weekly reward, so we'll just be trying to get a good score for the month long, which is difficult because you've got to get into the top 600. Let's see if we can actually put a team out for Cap 220. We know that we don't have a forward. And we don't have a limited goalkeeper. So we'd need to use our other goalkeeper here of Hervey Kofi. But then we could use a limited forward, which we're probably going to have to do if we're going to do it like this, right? So our limited forward would then be Killian Corridor, which, to be honest with you, is not a bad option. It's a pretty good option, actually. So Corridor would go in there for 52. It technically saves us going and buying a forward, doesn't it, when we do it like that? And then could we get away? I don't think we could. I was going to say, could we get away with running our Gaziantep stack? But I don't think so because I think they're going to be too high. Ogden, we would need to play because he's our only other rare midfielder. I think we can play maybe one of these, right? Probably Pappy for 46 there. But then we're going to have to find someone really low. Oh, I don't think we can do it. Because if we put... We're not going to be able to do it, are we? Is Baptiste is back? Oh my God. What have I just seen here? Baptiste Rouge is back. He played on the 13th of January. He only played a minute. Because he was injured. Wow. That slightly changes things a little bit because then we could put him in here, which isn't great because he's going up against him. He's still going to be short. Oh my God. So probably the better thing here is for us to just go and buy a forward, a rare forward, because then we can play the rare forward in All-Star with Hervey Kofi, and then we can play like our Gaziantep stack if we want to. At the moment, we're almost just trying to fit in players here to fit into the Cap 220, which probably isn't optimal. Where are you sitting in at the moment in Cap 220? Zalahi's not expected to start yet. I think he'll start in the next game, no? Now that he's signed the contract, I read that he was expected to play in the next game. We're going to put him in, assuming so. If not, then we can mix it up. But yeah, I'd like to think now that he's signed the contract, the only reason he wasn't playing was because they had that contractual dispute. Now that's going to be resolved. He should just go straight back in. 2-0 to Cape Verde. And in the Cap 220 month long, I don't know how we're doing in rare. Let's have a little look. I don't think we're doing that good because well, in fact, we're doing shocking because we had a really bad start to the, let's go back here. We had a really bad start to our rare team. Look, Super Cap 220, we're nowhere near being in the top 600 at the moment. So we need to try and produce a really good score. So this technically isn't going to work. We could play Corridor in Cap 220 Limited, but this isn't going to work with us trying to fit him into Cap 220 Rare. Which means that we would put a team out for All-Star Rare, but we would need a forward. So our team here would then be something like Hervey Kofi, and kind of like playing a team in All-Star then means that we don't have to worry about cap so much for the forward that we are going to bring in. Not Maxwell and Gradle, then Arda, and then, yeah, just a forward here. And then we can do that. The Cap 240 Rare is already done. Let's refresh the page here. We might as well do the Cap 220 Limited as well whilst we're at it. Or, yeah, we can't do Cap 240 because we don't have a limited goalkeeper that's playing. We could try it with a DMP of Yildirim. So we'll kind of almost do a B team in here, I think. We need to see what goalkeepers. Oh, we've got Neuer. Okay, we have Neuer at home against Union Berlin. Wow. That's lovely. So Neuer at 57 is a lot. And then we've also got Killian Corridor at 52. So we have 111. Oh, this is going to be a real challenge here. We do have Issa Gabor, so he's going to keep the cost down at 36, which is great. So we are probably going to need to use him. Issa Gabor. And then midfielder-wise, we need like a really low midfielder. We have Yevtovic at 38, which is kind of perfect, really. Because we're going to need to do that. And then we have 37. Oh. We're a limited player short of putting out a team for Cap 220. All right, we need to do a lot of scouting. In theory, I don't mind this at all. We're one player short. And of course, if I'm going to buy a limited, which I really don't want to, if I'm going to buy a limited, I'm going to buy a limited for 60p. Yeah, let's get the limited out the way first of all. So Scout, player and card finder, has a game in game week 445. No, 444. Lasagna. What? Who? Kevin Lasagna. What's he? An L15 and 35. He is, isn't he? I kind of like this guy. I was so close to getting his rare about a couple of weeks ago. The only reason I didn't get it is because his goal scoring record is really bad. Like when you look at his goal scoring record for a forward, he's not really scored anywhere near the amount of goals that I thought a Kevin Lasagna would have scored, because he's actually a player that I've kind of liked for a while, especially when he was at Hellas Verona, right? It was Hellas Verona he was at, wasn't it? Yeah, Hellas Verona. But when he was at Hellas Verona, he wasn't actually that prolific. He had these little moments, but he wasn't super prolific. So that's the only reason I didn't buy his rare, because he doesn't have any AA and he's also not prolific. So then you're not really buying anyone that can help you in Sorare. Not really. Every now and then he'll pop up, but yeah, for the price, he's actually quite good in rare, and in limited too. But I think we can do better. Let's have a little look. Right, so it's going to be the extra position, isn't it? Okay. maybe what we should do, is we should try and look for another forward, because then it means that we don't actually have to play Killian Corridor. And then, because we have so many other options here, like at the moment, we can't play Tony Fruk, we can't play Jankovic, we can't play Smolcic. If we found a really cheap L15 forward, then we don't then have to play Corridor here, and then we could play some bigger hitters in the midfield. Okay. So forward. Let's put the L15. We also need to check that we have the right setting on here. He's definitely built for Cap 220. Yeah, I agree, man. Display preference. Don't show Sorare's SO5 averages, show Sorare datas. That's fine. Let's go back. And then if we can find an L15 of what? Ideally less than 39, but to be honest with you, we probably need like 35 and below. Like that. Let's see what we're going to get with that. And we also don't want to spend a lot because it's limited. So let's just say we're going to put like £3 in there, which is, we're not going to spend £3, but it's a start. 119, and then I want to sort by the floor, ascending, filter. Erkin Kara was there, funny enough. With an L15 of 34. It doesn't start Erkin Kara, but he's the type of player that I like. Adrian Honu's there. In fact, actually, who's got the lowest L15? Let's do that. L15 ascending. Okay. This guy is good, but he's injured. Oh, actually, he's not. There we go. Look. Oh, he's got loads of problems. Look at that. Umut Bozok, suspension, disciplinary, police investigation, doping, late for training, transfer issues. Oh my God. This guy's in a world of pain. He's in a world of pain. What has he done? He's playing the game of how to fuck up your life the most spectacularly. Wow. He's actually a really good goal scorer, but he's been at a club that he doesn't play for. Jesus, what's going on with him? Does anybody know? That's a lot. I haven't been keeping tabs on this guy, but apparently the police have. Oh dear. He's working on completing the collection for a signed shirt. What has happened there? Dear me. So yeah, Umut Bozok, he has a lot of problems apparently, according to Sports Gambler, which is probably why his price is now tumbling again. If anyone knows, let us know. If you have an article that you can share, we'll bring it up and we'll read it. Hello also to Volts as well, man. Good afternoon to you. Welcome back in. Right, let's try and find somebody that does have a low L15. He does, but I don't really like him. Can I check your rare Cap 240 team? What, for this weekend? I'll show you it in a second. One of the things that we need to think about here is not just buying anyone, but buying somebody that we'd kind of technically be happy to have for a while. I actually don't mind this guy at all, but he doesn't play anymore. Ibrahim Awaji. He's actually, he must be injured, no? He's actually a good player, but he's got 21 goals in 58 games, right? Which is a good return. But I'm guessing he's injured because he doesn't really play. He's not played in any of the last 5 or any of the last 15. He's not made the subs bench or anything. He's actually a good player, though. I like him. Has his price shot up? No. Okay. Keep him in mind if you're looking for someone in the future. He's very good. But we need somebody more immediate, right? Landry Diamata, he's actually not too bad, but I think he's also got he's got a suspension apparently. Yeah, he got a red card in the last game. What a dummy. Julian Lopez is decent, but he doesn't play enough anymore. Yeah, best option is Bamford, but he is expensive. This guy, Frank Bolly, I like, but it's too expensive. He's not, but £1.56 is too much. We don't want to spend £1.56 in limited at all. Thank you. Bruzzle, legend, man. Happy Friday, he says, everyone. Bruzzle, thank you so much for the 10 months, man. Really appreciate the support with the sub. What filters are you using for the search you're doing at the moment? A really kind of basic filter. We got down to, hold on a sec, we got down to Frank Bolly. The filter I'm using is basically looking for a forward with an L15 of 35 or below. And that's it. And then kind of an average of up to £3. Now, what we will probably have to end up doing is maybe searching for someone who has a higher L15 if we don't find anyone on this list here, which at the moment, I'm not, it's quite a big list to be fair. Who's down at the bottom end? So Ante Juric is in here. There's Kara, Adam Ida. What's going on with this guy here? He's actually getting a bit more game time, isn't he now? Ah, he was, and then he kind of tailed off. Problem with Kara, I like Kara a lot. Problem with Kara is that he doesn't start. Sometimes he doesn't even get on, so it seems a bit silly to bring him in, even though I like him. Serda Dusan is a good player, but unfortunately for him, he's not really been playing either, even though he's a very good goal scorer. So we kind of almost want to avoid the sub players. This guy is playing more. He's £2.15 though. What we might actually end up doing is we might abandon looking for a forward because we don't actually have to get a forward here. It would have just been easier for us to do it because then we could play some of our other bigger heavy hitters. Like Frank Bolly is actually someone that I like. He's not been playing though since he's joined his new club. You can find this in the Sorare Discord event or Discord. Welcome to the first Beat the Coaches event. Pick your 5 best from Real Betis, FC Barcelona to beat Hoodwink or myself. If you manage that seemingly impossible task, there's a chance you win a signed jersey from the La Liga. Furthermore, just participating gives you a chance to win. Who wrote that? I'm guessing it's in the Rivals, right? Real Betis versus FC Barcelona is the Rivals game they're talking about. It's quite cool though. Thank you for sharing that. FIFA. So that everybody knows. Let's focus on who's been starting. Okay, so who's been starting in the last 5? Three. Oh dear. Oh, Koft wrote it, did he? Okay, cool, man. So we have Chilifia, who, to be honest, I really don't want to play or pick up. He's not covered anyway, and he hasn't even been starting for Zambia. Chris Kane, I don't really want to pick up, and we've got Quater, who is suspended. Is he going to be suspended for the next game as well? He is, yeah, because he got a red card. Right. So what we could do is, in fact, what we can do, put that to 60, and then we can up this a little bit. to 39. We can see who else we get. Now we get 14 results who come up here. There's Kevin, who you guys are mentioning. Kevin Behrens is there. Zach Rudden. Oh, man. Yeah, so this kind of puts me off looking for a forward now. As in, I think we've explored it. With the budget that we're prepared to spend, what we now need to do is look at midfielders and defenders instead. Yeah, I looked at Dursun, but he's not been starting, has he, Dursun? So I don't want to bring in a sub player. I did look at him, though. You mean the defender? Bebe is around €1. As somebody that is a Man United fan, and even if he scored a wonder goal, I can't bring myself to bring in Bebe. Even though he sounds like he's kind of what we're looking for. Let's go back up. I don't think I can do it. I like the shout, though. I do. Obiang's on an L15 or 31. Like, this could technically work. L15 or 31 could. Yanko's there. Yanko's not bad at all, in fact. And he has been playing for Gambia. He's very cheap as well. I had a Rayo limited team, and so I used to watch some Rayo games. He always used to come on late to the game and still manage to try 3 long shots in like 20 minutes of a game time. He definitely is crazy, yeah. He was such a flop. I mean, the story around him, around Man United picking him up was so bizarre, right? Because like Man United basically signed him without even really properly scouting him. They almost just kind of like heard he's good. And his whole story, how he was kind of like used to be homeless, right? And then they kind of just like, they picked him up almost on impulse because Sorare said, yeah, I think this guy is going to be great. He just wasn't. He's actually an okay player, but he was never a Man United player, right? So, Sandoval for Quattaro. Banda is actually at AFCON, and Banda's starting at AFCON. His L15 at 34 is maybe a little bit too high, technically. I mean, it's not, but we've got Bityiki as well. Bityiki's like the classic 220 player because he doesn't really do anything in his AA, and then he has to kind of like score a goal. Who's he got in game week 4-4? He's actually, yeah, he's got Sivaspor. Okay, I kind of like Bityiki, but he's not been doing that great. Then we have Issa Kabor, who we've already got, haven't we? There we go, yeah. The joys of scouting. Let's actually change this up a little bit as well. So rather than put this on here, I'm going to say that I only want to look at somebody that has a floor of up to like, say, £1.10 or something, which is, we're not going to spend that. That brings it down to 44. And then we're still sorting this by the L15. Technically, we should be looking at Yanko, but he has a horrible game. Sandoval has a horrible game too. Don't really rate this guy, Sandoval. He has a minus AA, which you don't want from a You don't want from any defender. Hmm. Ooh, Borgia. Hello. Borgia's a good player. He's getting a run in the team as well now for Norwich, which is good. He does have a horrible game, to be fair. But he's also only 22. Could be a good option to hold on to long term, Borgia. His card is 97p, which, to be honest with you, is probably more than what I'd want to pay. It's a 22-year-old playing for Norwich. This guy's got an L15 of 26, isn't he? He's starting as well. He's doing shocking. Minus 19 there is bad. This is decent though. And then he had an own goal. He's 20. He's 97p as well. He's playing for Kayserispor. We'd get the rookie card of him as well. The guy I mentioned to you is 40p. Who did you mention? Dursun. Salih Dursun. With an L15 of 36. It's definitely a good shout because he's got a nice L15 and his price is really low at 39. His game as well is against Ankaragutsu, which is not that great. For 40p, it's a good shout. Ideally, what I kind of wanted was to spend 40p on like a youngster. I feel like if I'm going to buy another player, I might as well get like a youngster, no? I don't have to, but like I could just pick up this type of player for £1, which, I really don't want to spend £1, but at least it's then a long-term investment. Why don't we put that there? What's the other under 23s then that we could look at and consider here? Probably not many. Look, just 10. And it is literally Kokeman, Sandoval, Gallagher, Borgia signs, who I do like. Thank you, by the way, Pirek. I really appreciate the shout there, man. We've also got this guy here for Rodez, which would technically help us in a way if we could pair him up with Killian Corridor. But his L15 is like 39, which is kind of almost too high. So I feel like at the moment it's either Kokeman or Borgia signs. And I do prefer Borgia. It's been a little bit of a difficult time for him to kind of get into the Norwich team. Did he play in this game as well? Did he come off the bench or anything? Yeah, he did. He came off the bench in the cup game. Then kind of like he played here, done okay. Played here in the cup. He's getting more game time, which is good. He had a shocker there because he got a red card. I like how he started to find his way into the team a little bit more. Because like when he joined Norwich, everyone was thinking, okay, Borgia could be really good at Norwich, right? It's not really taking him a while to start to get involved now. It's a bit of a risky one, but I think I'm going to do it. when it's capped 220. It is Leeds, which is not the greatest of games to target. He's also quite a good talent, Borgia. I wonder. Let's have a little look. Basil. We also need to think about a another rare forward, which we need to scout today. I always like to do this. You're probably wondering why I do it, but I always like to do it because sometimes what you can do is you can find the player that you're after who's not listed, but a bot does actually own them. And if they have a new season card, then you can often get the new season card for the lowest on the market. So you can almost trick the bot a little bit. It's got the rare, but it doesn't have the limited. And then the last one we can try is Rav. And then if we don't find one with Rav, we'll probably just pick up the card that's on the market. Yeah, okay. I wonder if we can get Bologna's not very good. I don't really want to buy. I think. Do I want to buy from Bologna? Well, Bologna's the guy, isn't he? Bologna's the trader that's basically screwed people over in the past. No, so I don't think I want to buy off him. To be honest with you. How much have the new season cards been going for? They've been going for kind of like, look, 135 over £1. Yeah, I don't really want to spend that. So we could just pick up this one. He bought him for 99p 3 days ago. He's selling him for £1. That's not really worked out for him, has it? Okay. Game week 443. We get Cockerman for an L15 of 26, then we get the rookie card, and then we basically get a ton of additional. We then have like 11, which then means that we can potentially bring in a bit more of a heavy hitter. 11. So that would go up to 49. So instead of then playing this card, we could play a Matteo Maric if we wanted to. Let's do it. I'd like to buy signs, but also Cockerman's a bit younger. We get a rookie card. He's been shocking, Cockerman, from the looks of it. He's not been having a good time of things. He also has the potential where he could hit like that 38 or 40. Let's have a look at the starts here. Yeah, his actual starts isn't too bad. He's just had a few really bad games here. All right. Tempted to sell my gallery valuation to a bot and pick up a pooky ball. Are you really, Connor? Do it, man. I mean, that's pretty much what I done. I sold off a lot of my limiteds and I bought a pooky ball, and I haven't regretted it at all. I think it's been one of the best decisions that I've made, actually, because the ROI, the returns you get from it, the rewards are just so much better. Let's have a look at Cockerman here. Yeah, so this card at... Wow, the instant buy on the new season is £1.28. That's not actually... I mean, we don't get the rookie card. The rookie card's kind of technically quite good. How can the instant buy be £1.28? Okay, so he went for auction 4 hours ago for 98 for the new season. I think I want to get the rookie card, though, to be honest with you. I feel like I don't have any rookie cards. I've got one. Could be quite a nice card to get. I wouldn't spend £1 on it, though. Pick up this one here, I think. This rookie card here. Yeah, let's do it. Can we buy this one? He doesn't accept cash. That is a shame. Yeah, man. Honestly, I mean, technically the time that I'm spending to find this limited player is not going to result in anything, right? If you think about Pookie, I could have done my Pookie stuff, which I have done already. Could have done this in a minute, and then we could just be winning some great rewards from it. Whereas this here, it doesn't feel like it's actually going to be worthwhile, but we might as well try and do it properly. I think you should do it, Connor. Even just even if you just reduce the amount that you hold in limited on or your gallery on Sorare, and then you put a little bit into Pookie to get a Pookie ball, I think it's worth it, man. You will get the return back very quickly. Okay, so cash here. Okay, and so then this guy is selling it for £1 for the rookie. And to be fair, he's been going for roughly around that, hasn't he? So we'll pick him up for £1, I think. This is a real random purchase, but let's do it. It's a 20-year-old that we can hold on to going forward. So there we go. We've got Arif Kokoman. So that now when we go back in here, we can put Kokoman in, who has an L15 of 26, which is great. And then we have 49, which means that if we want to, we can play Mateo Maric, who's got a really difficult game against Dynamo Zagreb. Or we can play Marko Jevtovic. I think we'd probably play Mateo Maric here, though, over Jevtovic, if I'm honest with you. Like that. And then we'd give the captaincy to... It's a little bit of a tricky one, actually. Could give it to Issa Kabor, but he's quite hit and miss when he's a wing-back. Killian Corridor could hit a mad score, like 83, 87, if he's really on the ball. Let's give it to Kabor for now. He's got huge amounts of bonuses. He's got the 5% for the season bonus. He's got a level 8 bonus of 4%. And then he's got the collection bonus of 5%. So he's almost a perfect candidate for a captaincy there. Confirm. All right. So at the moment, we have a cap 220 team for the midweek, which actually isn't too bad, right? We've got a nice young rookie card now we can sit on as a limited card. This is cool. That's okay. Now what we need to do is put a cap 240. Okay, can we do it? Because we've only got one forward, right? If we'd have bought another forward, yeah, so we technically can't do it. We technically can't compete for threshold with a DMP unless we went and bought a real low-key forward. So we could put like Smolcic in here, like that. Then we could probably play the likes of Fruk and Yankovic in here, who, you know, to be honest with you, we kind of need to play if we can, because they're too good. And then we can just put in whoever here, like Yildirim. And then we have 66 to go and buy a forward, which then will give us a chance to try and hit threshold with 4 players, right? Okay. I think we're buying another limited, aren't we, guys? I think we're doing it. Because I don't mind buying a limited for a 4-man DMP team for threshold. Because the upside is so good that you could win $5 from 4 players, right? Let's have a little look. We definitely need a forward here. Yeah, so Mitrovic is coming up here, who's going up against Rijeka, which I don't think we really want to do. We've got the tab still on under 23. So, you know, like that's why he's coming up. I don't think we need to do it like that. I think we can take this off. And I think we can just put that back again and then reset it. Oh, this is actually a good fixture for El Kabi. Is he starting? He's not starting at the moment for Morocco. He's not covered, but if he was starting, we'd look at that. We've got Ashley Barnes, who we could look at. Who else have we got here? We don't have a lot because we've set the price so low. And we've set the percentage of games started in the last 5 quite high. If we put that down, we'll probably get a few more coming up on the list, like an additional 5. Andy Carroll's good here. Andy Carroll's decent here. Because his game, okay, his game is at home against Anetsi. That's really not bad. There's Kevin. Kevin's making his way back in. Then we have Andrew Young as well. Hi, FTS. I remember you once had Giakeres. I was wondering what you ended up doing with him now. He's doing so well. Did you end up selling him for a profit? I sold him a long time ago, yeah. I sold him a long time ago for not a lot of profit. Just, I think, pretty much what we paid for him. Maybe a little bit more. He's not significantly more than what we actually bought him for way back, which I think says a lot about the state of limited, because he's been on fire, and we bought him for. In fact, we'll bring it up because I can't remember actually, and I like the question. Oh, it's Victor with a like that. There we go. Yeah, so at the moment he's £65 in the limited, right? I think we bought him for around 50, 55, something like that. Let's go back and have a little look. Yeah, so we bought him for £63.50. We bought him for £63.50. That was back in August, okay? And then since then, he's actually been doing incredible. Like, look at his scoring here. Yeah, his price is actually not much more than what we paid for him 6 months or so, not 6 months ago, like 3 or 4 months ago, right? Now, it is also that he has 3 or 4 months less utility, but I'm actually kind of happy that we sold him because we were kind of holding on to him, hoping that his price could get up to like £100 in the limited. I'm really surprised that this type of player is not more than £65. He's playing for the best team, or one of the best teams in the Portuguese Premier League. He is smashing not only decisives in every single game, but his AA game is so good too. There's not even a lot of limited cards of him. Look, there's only 346, so it's only 25. There's a lot of talk that in the summer, a bigger club will come in for him, and then he'll go on to bigger and better things. Can't believe he's still only £65. I really can't. I was looking at him the other day. He has been increasing a little bit. Still think this is just too low. I mean, I don't know what else this guy's got to do to really get into like seriously high levels of value here. Really don't. He's doing everything. Look. Did you trade him away because he wasn't in the graph? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I traded him. I can't remember when we done it, but yeah, you're right. You don't see the sale in the graph. We traded him. I don't know when we traded him, but you could find the card, for example, couldn't you? Number 22, and he could find it out that way on Sorare data, what we done with him. I can't actually remember, but yeah. He is literally insane. If Sporting lose him, their league chances are gone. But I don't think they're going to be losing him in the winter. I don't think they're going to be losing him this month, from what I read. I think, if anything, he's going to be going in the summer. Oh, you've listed up the West Ham boys, have you, Connor? No way. The West Ham fan has listed up his West Ham boys. Wow. What? I haven't even asked you, really. Why is it that you are looking to sell up some of your limited cards or just your gallery, Connor? Like, is it simply to go and spend the money on a pooky ball? Because, or is it something else? Like, are you not enjoying limited as much anymore? You're not enjoying Sorare? Like, what's the reasons, man, as to why you're selling up a few of your cards now to make maybe a move in the pooky? I'll be honest, I'm starting to get bored of limited. Are you? What's the thing that you're getting bored of? Like, are you getting bored of what? Having so many teams? You're getting bored of like the rewards, not winning enough rewards, or the rewards you win aren't that great? Like, what's the actual boredom coming from? I don't want to guess, no, because I wouldn't have a clue. I don't have a clue at all. I can't remember. When you tell me, it will be like, okay, yeah, now I remember it, but I don't have a clue at the moment. I remember at the time, it is a goalkeeper, is it? Not a clue. Not a clue, man. Do tell me. I'm keen to hear. Was it Kastenmeier? No, it wasn't Kastenmeier, I don't think. Was it Mosa? Was it really? Oh, there you go. Yeah, the rare card of Mosa. Yeah. And Mosa's really decreased in value, but I still think that's a win. Because I think Mosa will come good in the end. We need to get on with our scouting here, don't we? The rewards for sure, but mostly all I see is red in my gallery. I hear you, man. I understand. I really understand. Like, for me, one of the reasons, some of the big reasons why I decided to start to move out of limited, even though we are technically buying more limited now, just to kind of plug some gaps. But I hate it when I look at my gallery and I just see red all the time. And the reason I hate it is because it shows me that it's almost too difficult to find the opportunities to pick up good players, and then at the lower ends as well, and then find windows to trade them or make a bit of profit on them. So I feel like with limited, when you buy a limited card, you're basically investing in it, like with no real intention to sell it for for profit in the future, which is one of the reasons why I just bought this guy here, this 20-year-old, because he's under 23. He's like a long-term hold now for me. Like when I'm picking up these limited cards, I'm really reluctant in a way to pick up an old guy. So I just said that Andy Carroll's good, and he is good. But I didn't immediately then try and pick him up because I was like, well, he is good, but he's 35. If we pick him up to help us for the game week, are we going to be able to realistically sell him on, first of all? And if we do, can we sell him for profit? Probably not. Because technically 97p is too high for him. So I get it, man. I really get it, what you just said there. I do. And I sympathize as well. I'm currently scouting for 2 goalkeepers for the midweek. I might want to buy 1 or 2. Is it worth it? 7 out of 9 of my players have L15 of 50. It is worth it, yeah. It is worth it, but you need to pick up a player that can help you not just for the immediate game week, right? Like for the ones in general. Andrew Young is so cheap, but he's not starting. Who's going to be a player that could help us with help us to hit the threshold with some AA as well? 4. I was going to say Mitrovic is going to be there. Yeah. Technically, Mitrovic is not a bad pickup here. He didn't play the last game, and I don't know why. He's got that good level of scoring. 4 threshold, his AA is 9. He's not very prolific at all. What is the deal with Josip Mitrovic, actually? What was the game that he played here? It was a sub then, and then he didn't play this game at all. Wasn't even in the squad. Okay, I might pick him up still because he's a good youngster. And again, if I'm going to be buying a limited card like this guy, it makes more sense for me to pick up a youngster. He's also playing in exactly the same game. I wonder, is there a projection already? Probably not. I'd be surprised if there was a projection already for game week 444. No, not at the moment. Let's do it. I think we can get in for about 97p as well. So let's do it. Croatian League's coming back as well. What is this here? Okay. Could we get this down? Let's get it down to like 90p or something. I don't think we can, but let's try. He used to be 7, did he, Mitrovic? Well, I mean, to be honest with you, no surprise there if he did. Yeah. I mean, this is such a common sight to see on Sorare, where players just decrease to basically nothing. And this is exactly the sort of thing that Sorare need to try and fix, where the cards kind of maintain more value over longer periods of time. he hasn't even been scoring that great. So part of that is down to performance, right? That when you're delivering just all that, your price is going to go down. But we've also look here, he's not really going to be able to maintain his value when he's doing that. But we've also seen it where players are doing great and then their values are not really improving. They're either staying the same or they're even going down. So yeah, I'm really keen to see what Sorare is going to announce in the next update to try and address that. Don't actually know whether this is going to be accepted. Probably not. But obviously, if we can try and get a newer season card, we will. Could just technically buy it as well, right? But don't know how long it's going to take for Satonio to come back to us on this one. So I thought it was automated on those types of trades as well, but let's just wait a little bit. What we need to do, so let's assume that we're going to get Mitrovic in here, which then means we've got pretty much everybody from the same match, right? But just one player on a different team. We need a different forward. Okay. So Mitrovic we're going to pick up, and then this guy picked up, and then we need a forward for game week 444. But we need to look at rare, and we need to have it so it's like £22. Why £22? You might be thinking, well, I don't really want to spend more than £20 on a player, which could be a bit challenging to find. Like this guy is playing a little bit, but not too much actually. We have a counter. Satonio's counted us for the £1.36. Just seen there's another week of Prem Winter Special. Thought it was over already. Is it? There's another one, is there? I thought it ran until the end of January, but I guess it makes sense if there's another one, right? So the last one then is what? Next weekend? I think that makes it, yeah, that sounds about right, actually. Um, let's just buy it. He's not willing to negotiate. Let's get it done. It's not worth our time anymore now, unfortunately. Like, our time is worth more than this to get it done, so we've bought it. And then we can throw Mitrovic in here, like that. And then the captaincy can go on Yankovic or Fruk, I think. Could go on Corridor, not Corridor, could go on Smolcic too. Let's give it to Fruk for now. Confirm. The GOAT Regis is now gone thanks to the 6 thresholds. Has he really? How much did you get rid of Regis for? I didn't look at actually the Don. Didn't look at Marley Ake. Just gone on loan to Yeverdon Sports from Juventus and plays in game week 444 and under 23 until 2025. Bit of a risk because of a lack of scoring history, but quite a good shout, actually. Yeah, appreciate the shout. Does he has forward cards as well, right? Okay, so he has forward cards, but his forward cards are quite expensive. And his forward cards are the 2022 ones. No, the 2023 ones, actually. Yeah. So, oh, we just closed it down. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, it's so annoying. Wow. 21 hours ago, Jonty got in for, that's a great one from Jonty. Look. Okay, this is the new card. Wow, he got the new card for the forward card for £21.34. That's pretty smart, you know. It's very smart. A 15 was getting too high for 240, just wasn't fitting in the cap. £7.90 is a nice little profit though. Who are you going to replace him with though? Are you going to replace him, or are you just gonna take the profit and put that into Pookie? Do you know much about this guy, the Don? Like you suggested him, right? Do you know much about him? Because I'll be honest, I don't really. It's not really been a player that I've been following too often or too much. Let's come off signs here. Let's come off Mitrovic because we've done that. Let's have a look at the open offers here. Just been looking on Transfermarkt transfers. I'm not looking at replacing him. I've got Clark for the MLS, so yeah, lovely. Yeah, Clark is almost like the natural goalkeeper that you can now transition your attention to, isn't it? For the new season in a month. I'm glad that worked out for you, Connor. Getting the profit while still having a really good goalkeeper, not a nice goalkeeper, a really good goalkeeper to then fall back on. Yeah, smart man. Who else are you selling? Are you selling everyone? Because obviously not Connor, Regis Gertner was not part of the West Ham boys. So are you just listing up all your limited cards at the moment, are you? I can't believe I just closed that down. All right, let's try again. Okay, 93 results come up for a forward with a game in 4-4-4 in rare that is £10 or less. Let's actually put that to 12, which would then give us probably about 100 or so. Yeah, there we go, 111. Right. Sort by floor, ascending, go. Okay, who have we got down here? This guy's starting. Is he? He is, but he's not doing that great, but he is starting. There's only four. There's four rares of him. He's been going quite cheap. Anthony Knockart's there. What's going on with him? He used to be like a reasonable player. There's Gradle. There's Nanny. Not picking up Nanny. Nubisi was kind of an interesting player when he was playing. Clinton Najee is away with the national team, right? But he's not playing. Oh, Clement's not bad. He's not super prolific, but he's also not bad. Problem with him is he doesn't really, you can see the big problem. He doesn't start. You know? Doesn't start. He does okay when he does start. He's actually been a player that I've come across before. I think his goal scoring record is actually okay for Dupree's here. Oh, 26 actually, 154. It's obviously not good, but 15 and 82 is a little bit better. I think the problem with him is that he just doesn't start anywhere where he's at. He just doesn't tend to start. I think if we can avoid that, that'd be better. I mean, I might fall back on him, but ideally we want to try and pick up someone that is at least starting. This guy is starting at the moment, but he's playing for kind of not a great team. He's not even starting. I thought he was starting. Awful. He's not good then. Adrian Hunu, I like. Again, it's a matter of starts here, isn't it? They've got sub appearances here. He's a good, kind of a good player when he actually is playing. We don't want to go too crazy here because at the end of the day, this is almost to plug a gap and then to give us another option going forward. Because we've already got a lot of forwards, so we don't need to go and buy a heavy hitter. Yeah, so Taibbi's getting a lot of game time, and rightfully so. It's a good player, actually. This guy, ooh. Yeah, they didn't qualify. That's good. He's doing well, though. He's scoring goals, so he's going to be playing. Might risk it with him. Really don't want to spend a lot. Got £3.24. Might throw an extra tenner in or something to get this done. Because we just need to throw somebody in here that we think has a good chance of getting on the pitch, really. He has a good chance of getting on the pitch. And then if he does, he could equally do something. I really don't want to spend more than a tenner, though. I think that's the problem. So when you're searching for these types of players, you know that there's going to be a little bit of a compromise. Who's an under 23 player here? And let's also put in L15. Where's the L15? Scores here, L15. They should have at least played 30%. Okay. There's this guy again. We've got the shout from the Don about Marley. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Edson Aon. Because he has just started recently. Get a little bit more use out of him as well, but there's no cards on the market for him. There's only 6 cards, in fact. It's in very low supply, so it's probably not going to work, even though it would be a good one. Is he playing? He's not playing, is he? No, he's not playing. Yeah, would be better off getting Clement there. Shaden Morris, actually. Shaden Morris is not really a good goal scorer. It's weird that he's a forward because he's doesn't really give you what you want from a forward. Tap Soper. That's the wrong Tap Soper. Not really playing enough. Yeah. Okay. Take it off that. Put it back on here. Keep the percentage of games played there. Filter. 69. And then why don't we put in the L15 a decisive scorer of like that. Filter. Get 8. Benjamin Santelli's there. He's actually okay. I didn't spot him before on the original list. He's actually okay. He is 32, but he's quite a good forward. So I think we might have just found our man. Because he does actually have quite a good record. And he'd be quite a useful player. He's got a long-term contract with them as well, so I don't think he's going anywhere soon. I think his record is respectable. I don't think it's amazing. Oh, his record's quite bad, actually. Why is his record so bad? That's really bad, isn't it? I thought he was way better than that. Way better. He just really didn't do anything at Bastia, done nothing at Chambly, Borgo. Oh, it's a terrible record, really, for a forward. Even his goals scored for Bastia is 28 and 112. So he's kind of like a 1 in 3 player. But I kind of quite like him because when he does play, he generally does okay. You can see here. Almost like he's found his home at Bastia. I think we would look at him. I think we would probably pick him up. Don't think we would pick him up for £14.96. That's too high. I think we would probably look at bringing him in for cheaper. So we can put an offer out. I think I need to throw probably an extra tenner in here. Let's do it. Throw a tenner in. We can. A cheeky tenner. Careful, Bass, you just bought Charbonnier. Thank you, man. Thank you for the shout there. Charbonnier is a good forward, isn't he? Yeah, he's a decent forward. It's not. It doesn't look like he's a decent forward, but he hasn't really been starting at his last club. So, yeah, when he actually plays, he's good though. He scores lots of goals. So yeah, appreciate that, man. Yeah, appreciate that shout. I'd say that he's probably going to hurt his chances to play more. I agree there. I still think that we might do him instead. Because the other options that we've got here aren't that great. I think if we took this down, to 35, which, you really don't want to be targeting a forward with an L15, well, decisive score average of 35. It is going to open up a few more options for us here. There's not really many that I like. There isn't really any I like apart from Santelli. So I think we would still look to pick up Santelli, but I want to try and get him, I think, for under a tenner. So we're going to put an offer out for him. We're going to see if we can, yeah, get him for under a tenner. I think this is too high. So let's try this one with Alex. I think Alex NP is usually quite responsive. So why don't he bought in for what? £7.48 17 days ago. It's off a £9.50, which I think is could be a little bit on the low side, but I think it's a good start. Huddersfield bought Radinho Balca for 1.3 million. Was well rated in the Netherlands before he got an ACL, and then Groningen got relegated. Tempting, used to have his SR. How much is he at the moment? I'm sure his price has really shot up now. It started to, isn't it? In SR, you won't see anything there because there's only 10. It's quite in a liquid scarcity, but in limited, yeah, he's really shot up. Are you going to get him again, the Don? Are you going to look at bringing him back in? Just got your first DMP of the game week. Oh no, not a good start. Not a good start. It's 4:30. There are games which are kicking off, aren't there? Let's go back. There are games which are kicking off soon. Where's here we go. Okay, so Heiser's kicking off in an hour, and then Browers is kicking off a little bit later. Yeah. I'm hoping we can get off to a good start in Cap 240 Rare. Okay, so Alex has sent us a counter offer for £12.53, which you don't want to pay £12.53. 0.0065 for a player that's, yeah, it's too high, I think. I'm glad that he sent us a counter, so he's willing to negotiate. Let's try and find a middle ground here, where we would instead, we went 950. Really wanted to get him under a tenner. I think we could do maybe 1050. That's probably where we're going to be at with him. And if we can't get anywhere, then we can just try a different seller. 1 day, review the counter offer, do it. Here we go. Heiser starts. I'd expect nothing less from Heiser. I would expect nothing less. So yeah, he is a starter. But thank you for telling me. It's really cool. We probably need to have a little look at rivals in a minute again. Guys, don't forget about Pooky as well, because I think there's definitely some Spanish League games which are happening. Look, starts in 3 hours' time. So Alaves Cadiz starts in 3 hours. So you want to make sure you get your predictions in for that. German League starts in, well, does it? It doesn't, because this game was cancelled. It would have started in 2 hours, but it doesn't. Yeah. So make sure you get your predictions in on Pooky as well. I want to see if we can get the deal done for the Benjamin Santinelli, because then we can just slot him in here, and then we've kind of got our teams pretty much sorted for the midweek already. just whilst that offer's out, we will keep exploring. Or do we have, I think we've got a response already. Oh, look, we've done it. We bought it for £10.50. That's great. We went a little bit over £10, but we didn't go too much over what my kind of max budget was. So I'm kind of happy with that. £10.50 for Benjamin Santinelli. He was up on the market for £15, so I think we negotiated that pretty well. And we've now got another forward. Here we go, Benjamin Santinelli, who can help us now potentially to a card award in All-Star. Yeah, it has been pretty eventful, hasn't it, Twitch Gaming? Completely unplanned as well. Wasn't planning on buying so many players, but it's been quite nice actually to show there's been a few ins and outs on the gallery. Definitely. So let's put Pappy as the captain. We've now got Benjamin Santinelli in there. Now, technically, we could play Benjamin Santinelli in our Cap 240 team, but I don't think we want to do that. I think we do want to play João Figueiredo in 240. Like, we could play Benjamin Santinelli, but it's not really going to change the makeup of this team because Santinelli's 44. So if we switched him in, which I don't think we should because he's not a starter, but if we did want to do it, we'd free up 3, and then we could potentially then put in who here? Well, we don't really have many good 43 options, do we? So it doesn't really change anything. So it's actually kind of cool. We have him for All-Star. I think All-Star is, as you guys know, it's the second priority. It's not the first priority. This is the first priority to try and win the $50. So João Figueiredo, we don't change that. We keep the Cap 240 as is, right? Like that. And then what we do is we simply just put in, yeah, Santinelli in there. Pappy's the captain. Confirm that. Okay. So now we have the Cap 240 rare. We have the All-Star rare. And this is for the midweek. Okay. And even if he gives us 25 points, it's 25 points, which, you know, could help us, could be the difference between us hitting a card award or not. And then we have a Cap 240, which is like a DNP team to try and hit the threshold. So DNP goalkeeper, and then we now have 4 players from the same match, but Mitrovic is on the different team. We have 4 players here to try and hit the $5 threshold in the midweek. And then we've also got a Cap 220 team, which is this at the moment. We brought in Arif Kokaman, who really helps to enable this team to be possible. And we've got a nice youngster that we can sit on, and it's a rookie card as well, which is pretty cool. I don't think there's any other teams that we can do. But also, like, we can look at All-Star, but because we know we don't have a lot of goalkeepers, really, yeah, we pretty much can't do it. The only kind of slight disappointment is that we've actually got a ton of rare cards that we can't really do anything with. Like, we don't have another rare forward, right? That's the issue. So if we wanted to do like an All-Star, another All-Star team, we don't actually have enough players now to do it, do we? Okay, actually, we've used up all our rares now. Apart from Samba Camara, Boatu, Baptiste Rouge. Yeah, so it's actually not a deal breaker. I wonder if we could just throw them in just to kind of, like, we could put Yildirim in here. We could put Camara in there. But we don't have another midfielder, so it'd have to be a DNP midfielder, DNP forward, and then Jonathan Boatu here, maybe. You had Santinelli's limited last year when I played Cap 240, won a threshold a few times with him. Cool, man. And then you don't have him anymore, though, I guess, right? Twitch Gaming. Why did you sell him? And Montreal have signed Dominic Yankov from Ludogorets as well. That's quite good. Montreal are making some moves, actually. They need to, because think they need to do a little bit better away from home next season. They were very good at home, but they were very poor away. Okay. Guess technically we could put Gradle in, then just a DMP in here, isn't it? Like somebody like Ricky Harakawa there. Let's do that. Let's do that as well. Free to Scout, rivals are sorted, how fixtures show up in the menu. Oh my God. That is music to my ears. Okay, let's have a little look then. Okay, yeah, they've improved it. So now it shows you all the games that are happening today. So they've basically added a very simple slider, a calendar slider, a date slider. So now when you scroll down, these are all the games which you're concerned with today. You don't see today's and tomorrow's and the days after that, which was really, really messy, right? They've just made it very simple now, much more easier to sift through the game. So it's a good start. It's a good start here. Yeah. I'm sure that they can improve it still, but that is taking a lot of the pain away immediately. So yeah, thank you, Sorare, for doing that. Because now it's just a lot easier to kind of sift through the days, right? Much better. It's a good start. Any idea why I can't predict Mainz against Berlin on Spooky? On Pooky, even though it starts in 3 hours, the game's cancelled. The game is postponed, yeah. Yeah, it is an improvement, isn't it? It's a nice, easy, quick fix where it immediately takes away the pain, but we do need a lot more filters and a lot more sorting options on here as well. So yeah, happy that they've started to improve it, and I hope that they can continue to improve that area. They shouldn't stop with this at all, because I think having filters here would be great too, and everyone pretty much wants to see the filters here. But it's a good start. So thank you for letting us know about that. And Nathabam. Yeah, really cool, man. Okay, let's close some lists down as well. Just want to double check something. It's actually pretty strong for a midweek threshold team, you know. And having this as an all-star team is also not bad. I'm pretty happy with the scouting we've done today. So the new players that we brought in case you're just tuning in, picked up a few. Just picked up Benjamin Santinelli to help us in the midweek, hopefully, for £10.68, which it's technically £10.50, but it always pegs it to the ether, so it's actually £10.68. All said and done. Josip Mitrovic, Arif Kokerman, and Peter Musa, because Peter Musa is a talent and he is expected to make a move to a club and then hopefully become a starter where he could smash it this month, before the end of the month. So a lot of activity today. It's pretty good. All right. I think that's pretty much it for today, right? I do have a stream a little bit later, so you can tune in a little bit later if you want to, and watch me do some other stuff. I hope they put all rival stuff in one single tab too, but for now it's good. Yeah. One of the things that still kind of annoys me a little bit about rivals is that when you click on rivals, like right here, you can see that I can't see my lineups here. My rivals lineups in rivals, I can't see, which I think is weird, right? Because we have entered a lineup as well. We've entered a lineup for this one, look, the Karlsruhe one. So we can see it when we scroll down, but there almost needs to be a tab here. There was a tab, actually, that was lineups, but that seems to have disappeared now. Maybe as part of the update, they've kind of incorrectly removed it. But in order to see it, we have to go into my lineups, and then in here, we then click on rivals, and it's just a little bit too clunky. So then here's my rivals lineups, but should be able to see that in the rivals area, right? They need to move that over. Yeah. But there's a lot of good things coming on the way for Rivals. So yeah, a lot of good things on the pipeline. And feel free to challenge me as well, guys. Feel free to challenge me. Like I'm doing the game in an hour. In fact, you know what? We might as well do that now because we have to check it. I've just seen that the lineups have been announced or they've been published by Sorare Data, so we can actually go and do it now before we end the stream. Let's go into the Coles Rua one, okay, and then we click. Oh, where is it? Oh, no way. Rivals, and then we have to. Oh dear, this is a little bit messy, isn't it? Right, here we go. And then, oh, let's see. It tells us that we have a player that is not playing. So we need to fix that now. Everyone else is playing, but the one player that we have is not playing. We have to fix it. So, Drewers is playing. Yeah. Heiss is playing, but we don't want to pick him. Sebastian Young's playing Marcel Frank. And then this guy who we picked is not starting, which is a bit of a problem because he is a cost of 39. However, there's this guy here who's playing, Burnich, who's 34. Also, they have Christoph Kobold here for 25. But Burnich here, for 34, we could do. I wanted to enter Carl's Written Arena, but afraid of people using limiteds. Yeah, I'm kind of afraid of that. I've done it, and I'm hoping that we just get paired up with other common managers, right? Other common teams, but there could be loads of limited teams in here. There could be loads of rare teams in here. And so we could just end up getting outscored, even if we have a really good team. So, but we've entered the arena now, so we can't undo it. So we have to hope for the best, really. Right, we have 39 to spend. I think it is probably going to be Burnich here. Just coming off the back of a good score of 79. Got this guy here who actually doesn't play a lot. Christoph Kobold. He's only really just started to make his way back in. I don't think we would look at him. He's a defender. I think we want to be a bit more attacking here. Having another midfielder is probably the way. So I think that Coles Rua could do really well here. I want to look at the Coles Rua. I want to look at the Coles Rua lineup, the tactic. Okay. Kobold in the middle, Burnich, and then, okay, Vanitsek there. Right. He's been playing well recently, look. He's finding some good form. It's not been with them for very long, but previously at Dortmund, so Twitch Gaming will know all about this guy. I actually remember him when he was at Dortmund. I feel like there was a lot of hype about this guy, but he's not certainly not reached the heights of the hype I remember. Burnich, but I think we are going to pick him. So let's put Burnich in here now. And then, yeah, we've got 5 left over. We don't have enough to pick Igor Matanovic, but we do have enough for, wow, Zivadze. Wow, what a name. What a name. Then, yeah, we could, if we wanted to, we could pick Marcel Frank. But actually, I think I'm probably happy with Sebastian Young. Marcel Frank's good as well. I like Marcel Frank. He was actually hitting some really good, impressive scores, Marcel Frank. I think it was last season he was doing it. Yeah, look. He was hitting some impressive scores, but it's much more of a like a mid-50s type guy. Sebastian Young, he's very mid-50s at the moment, so there's also an argument that maybe we should be looking at Marcel Frank here instead. But Marcel Frank kind of gives us the option where we can get involved in attacking returns too, you see? whereas Marshall Frank doesn't really have the attacking returns at all. So we kind of get the combination of attacking returns and high scoring with Sebastian Young, which is why we're going to do him. Okay, so a small adjustment there, but it's okay. This is why the Rivals is quite good, because you can wait until the lineups are announced. You can then make the changes, right? So then it avoids all the pain of DMPs, really. Obviously, if you don't look at the team before the game starts, then you're still going to have a DMP if you don't fix it. But you have the time to fix it, which is great. So continue. Vanitsek is the captain. Young, Voodoo, Burnich. Okay, I like it. And then Gegenpress is usually quite good, although they're quite low with duels that they're winning. I think we will still probably do... Technically, we should be doing shots on goal, but we don't have... we don't really have the players to do it. And again, if you pick that tactic, you then are not really getting any shots on goal from your defender, definitely not from your goalkeeper. So it's a tactic that only a handful of players really benefit from. Whereas this one kind of benefits more. The passing benefits everybody. I think we're going to keep it with Gegenpress here. I just always leave it on Gegenpress, and it's never really letting me down. Okay, cool. Where's the lineups gone, though? It should show you the lineups here, no? This is a little bit annoying, because I don't want to complain too much, but when Sorare make an improvement, they often make an improvement and then it's like it's not done properly. There used to be a section here where you could see your lineup. There's no reason for that to not show. So this is great. They've added this in. I'm sure they're going to correct it, but it's just little stuff like that where I just wish that when they roll this out, they make sure that they roll it out and then you don't lose a function, right? Oh, wow, cool. Yippee-ki-yay, thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome into the channel with your party. Hello to everyone, how you doing? We're approaching the end of the stream, so we've only got about 5 or so minutes left, but yeah, very much appreciated you jumping in with a raid, man, and bringing the party, so big thank you, man. Big thank you. We're just checking out Rivals, and we're just making sure that we have a good team for the next game, which is coming up, and I think we do now. So I'm pretty happy with it. We had a DMP, but we just fixed it. Yeah, and we were just kind of saying that, I need to accept the requests here as well, don't I? Accept them. Let's send a few out as well, if we can. Let's make sure we're in the arena. We are. Let's see if we can try and get the 7 consecutive wins now. And then for the matchups here, okay, we've actually sent a lot, so that's fine. Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we are good. I think we're good, yeah. Cool. Guys, thank you so much for all your time on today's stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the follows, the raids, the subs, all of that wholesome stuff. Thank you so much. It's always appreciated. We've had a busy stream. Buying, selling, lineup building, scouting, Rivals, everything. Chatting, debating. It's been quite busy. So yeah, we will catch up again. I'm doing another stream later on tonight. So you can catch me at 8. If not, then I'll be back again on Sunday. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it, guys. And I'll catch you on the next one. Thank you. And good luck with your teams as well in Sorare. Of course.